It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Beautiful 45-degree morning right now.
Nice.
Getting up into the mid-60s.
Come on.
But there is a high wind warning.
Oh.
Just a heads up. They're saying there could be some power outages depending on where you are.
Today?
I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, both.
But it's coming.
It's coming at some point.
All right.
High wind watch issued for Rochester. It'll be an alert, So from tomorrow afternoon through Thursday morning in Wayne County.
All
So
right.
today we're good. That's why. So like today's weather looks great all day long. Tomorrow.
Goes to crap.
Yes, it's going to be in the 60s until like noon.
And then
By the time it hits 8, it'll be 25.
Oh, man, what a swing.
that's a tank.
Yeah, a 40-degree swing in a matter of like 7-8 hours.
Damn.
So enjoy it. But then it goes right back up again.
Dang,
And we'll
look
get more into what you're going to be seeing due to the weather today. But I got to be honest with you guys. My back is killing me this morning.
What'd you do?
I got bad Lego back.
Lego back.
Lego back.
What did you do?
Right. So I've told you guys this. My youngest, my 11-year-old, big into Legos.
Yeah, she's like obsessed with it. Right?
Loves Legos. It's
Yeah.
like her thing that she does. I wish I would have known how expensive Legos were before she asked me to buy her Legos because
Too late now.
take out a second mortgage on the house to buy a similar sized Lego house for my daughter to build. But she just got a jazz club,
Oh,
Lego Jazz Club.
look at that.
So she's built a couple of big buildings and like smaller things, and her goal
What
is
an odd thing that they sell
They
a
have
kid
everything. It's
but
wild.
it's like a jazz club. I don't think I've seen an actual freestanding jazz club since the 60s.
Well, look, if you want to come over and come to the Lego Jazz
I
Club,
might check it out if she's got shows on this weekend.
one of the hardest things to do was to put together the heroin.
Yes.
Right, like tiny little fingers. It's an old jazz club, But so she's and like to your point, like have you ever gone into the Lego store at Eastview?
No.
Why'd you make that face?
Because I'm an old man. What am I doing in
Have
there?
you not been in, bro?
Yeah,
it's all
it's
old
kids or old men.
Really?
men. Yeah,
I
like
always thought it was for kids. I remember I saw one when I was on the road years ago.
when you go into the Lego, there's so many old men. You have to play the game called Don't Make Eye Contact. Because if you make eye contact with an old man in a Lego store, they're just going to start talking about Legos.
So they build Legos themselves?
Yes.
God, I don't want to retire. So what happened?
So
with
she's
your back?
building this jazz club, and I as an active father,
Yeah.
I want to be a part of
Right.
what she likes to do.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, shut up. So having to bend over and sit down and do all that stuff for an hour and be in like one spot.
Because you got to do it on the floor, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, she's on the floor. She's sitting, crisscross applesauce. So I got to get down to her level because that's what good dads do, Tommy.
Yeah.
Good dads do that stuff, and I am racked with pain.
It is amazing the ways you don't realize you're going to hurt your back. It's the simplest things, man.
Yeah.
And not the hard stuff, because you're thinking when you're doing something heavy, right?
Yeah.
But just like standing up wrong, bending over wrong, it'll kill you.
Well, what's funny too is, and I know you have the back issue, so you've known about this your whole life. I'm getting to the age where it's starting to kick in. So like, I will be bent over in that position building Legos for 45 minutes. Doesn't bother me. The second I move, I want to die.
Yes.
It sucks.
So like when I wake up in the morning, I can't immediately get out of bed. I
So
gotta,
what do you do?
I gotta sit there for a minute because like if I try to bounce out
Move
of bed,
too quick?
I could F up my back bad.
So what you're saying is, if there's ever a fire in your house, you're going to die.
Well, if it's not in the immediate, yeah, probably.
So I know there are other parents out there listening who are in the same spot as I am. Not necessarily the Lego thing, but she's asleep still, so I can say
Yeah.
this. I'm not a Lego person. I never really played with Legos as a kid.
It looks boring.
To me, it's boring.
It's like you're a city planner.
It's exactly what it is. That's my daughter's ultimate goal, is she wants to build this Lego city, and that's why she's building these big buildings, right? So she's super good at it, and she like zones in, and she loves it.
Yeah.
She
So
loves
it's
it.
kind of a creative.
But you got to be a thinking kid.
I guess
You do.
that ain't me. That ain't me. I'm not a STEM kind of person, and it is really, really hard for me to sit for an hour, 2 hours, and do this.
Yeah.
And I love my daughter, so I'm going to do it.
Well, it's also kind of a puzzle thing too. If you're not a puzzle person,
I did
if
puzzles.
you don't
I
have the
never
patience
got people.
for it.
Yeah.
That's not. It's going to be not fun for you.
Not only that, I got swollen
Lego hands.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, even though I have like ground beef hands from all the sports that I played growing up, right? So like trying to take the little pieces and like put them together,
intricate things,
yeah,
yeah.
without them like bouncing apart. And I got calluses on the inside of my hand, so like
Lego callus.
Well, not for the Legos, but they'll stick to the Legos will stick, and then we'll like lose a piece, and I'll look down. Oh, it's on my hand. It's been there the whole time.
So, How long do you have to? So you were down there for hours?
It's like probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
You should have been like my father. Make sure you pick this all up before dinner.
I'm gonna keep doing it, but I need to find the strength to do it. Because like when she like looks at me and she's like, "You want to help me with my Legos?" and I want to. I want to spend time with her. I do. I enjoy the time we spend together. That makes it sound so bad.
No, but you have to.
Yeah, I have to do this. I don't want to do it. I have to do it. But like I have to get into my own headspace. Like,
yes.
All right, here we go. And to the parents that are in the same spot that I am, where your kid is really into something you don't get, you can't do, that stresses you to participate in.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do it without running out of patience?
It's got to drive you insane, man, because I would just zone out. Yeah, I mean, I would lose focus. I couldn't concentrate. I only got so much concentration on crap I don't like.
It seems like it kind of goes one way or the other, especially with dads and their kids' activities. Either you're kind of in your boat where it's just like you're just doing it to get by kind of thing. Like I'm doing as much as I can with this thing, or you take it over.
Yeah.
And there's no in between.
And they're not going to want that.
Well, I don't know.
Then you ruin it.
Well, I don't know. Like I sometimes wonder, like if my youngest, I don't know if she knows that I'm not super passionate about the Legos, because I put on a good front.
Yeah.
I do. Like when we go to the mall, we'll walk around the Lego store, we'll talk about things, but she talks about her little city that she's in the middle of building. You know, I'm there to like, oh, and this and then that. We took her to that Lego fest that was at the Dome Arena. It's coming back up again. We're going back to that again, right? So like, and
That's pretty involved, man. I think you're doing enough.
Sure, but like it's all a facade, man. Like it's all a curtain in front of the hatred of Legos that I actually have.
Well, isn't parenting just an acting job, really?
Well, no.
It's like live theater. It's not for real.
No, they're...
But to your point, you have to fake things to keep things going.
The best part of parenting is when your kid takes an interest in something you genuinely have an interest in. For example, my 11-year-old loves The Simpsons. She loves everything The Simpsons. I obsess over The Simpsons, so we bond big time over that and all of our Simpsons love.
Well, you actually bond a lot with your kids. I'm surprised.
Well, I think
you found that many things where you guys, like between hockey and that and music, you do that's enough.
Look, I'm great. But no, see, I'm not unique. I think most parents these days go out of their way to find those things.
And I think that compared to like when we were kids, no matter what activity your kid does, there's some like community for it. And I think it's easier to find now for parents. Like I don't remember like kids into Legos like getting to do all these activities together. Like that just didn't exist, 10, 20 years ago. Whereas now like there's a convention for just about every interest your kid has.
So I did luck out in one aspect.
What's that?
Again, 252 WCMF. My youngest loves Legos. She's building a Lego city. She's in the middle of building this giant jazz club. She's already built the police department and a couple of stores and all this stuff, right? And I'm helping her with it last night. And I love spending time with my 11-year-old. But I hate Legos. I hate Legos. My back hurts. My hands don't work.
Because you can't really play with it. You build it, and then you just... It's not like you could build something to play with. Well, you would just build this city, and then there it is.
Well, you could, but my 11-year-old doesn't play with them. She just wants to look at them.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of all you really... How else would you play with it?
Well, I mean, you could drive like the cars down the road, I guess. I don't know if she's 11. Maybe she's too old for that.
Yeah.
So, to your point, Kimmy, I took my daughter they had like a Lego Fest at the Strong Museum last year.
Yeah.
And she was all excited. And part of this, they had what they called a Master Builders class before the Lego Fest.
Like a seminar?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm telling you, that exists for everything.
Wait,
every interest. Like, I know I have a friend whose kid is really into, like, I don't really know what to call it, but kind of like robotics, something like along those lines. I mean, like they have like activities like every other weekend for this kind of stuff.
But to sit in a seminar to watch a guy play with blocks.
So the way that this seminar worked, the Master Builders class, is like it was like a local adult Lego club. And
but there's like a dude.
No, there were multiple dudes. There was a head dude, and then there were like 5 other dudes also in the club. And one of these dudes like designed a house that all the kids built. And it was cool. Like they gave the kids these Legos to build this. It was a castle. That's what it was. A tiny little castle. And we were all going to build this castle together. First of all, the parents had to participate too. So I had to build this castle next to my daughter. And of course, I couldn't do it the way she could do it. So I looked like a complete idiot. But we walk in and I see my daughter get all excited. And I'm thinking to myself, oh no. Now I'm going to have to go to these weekly Lego meetings with these grown-ass people.
It's like a religion.
These guys were so intense about the Legos because like the one guy got up and like gave a speech before about Legos and his love of Legos that even my daughter who loves Legos and is a child was like, something's a little off.
A little too much.
Something about this
Ready to tap out.
Yeah, she wanted no part of the Lego club.
Don't blame her, man.
Thank God. No, because, bro, like, if I would have to spend my Tuesday nights
It would suck.
grown-ass Lego party.
No kidding.
Grown-ass man Lego party.
Right.
Because they even went out of their way, like, the kids are welcome to come, but you can't drop them off because this is an adult thing and we're not responsible.
And I kind of look like a weirdo talking to kids about blocks.
No, bro, it had nothing to do with the kids. These guys love Legos. They love
Pure
Legos.
passion.
It's a religion. It has to be. It's like a cult.
No, it really is. Like, based on how much work goes into them.
Meetings.
You're obsessed with them.
The community and the cost. The cost of Legos.
The price.
Tommy, you don't understand. You don't understand.
I don't want to understand.
Let me put it this way. That jazz club that she had, I went halvesies on it with her.
Yeah.
Right? She took half of her Christmas money. It was over $200.
But plus the permits and then booking these acts and then, trying to schedule everything around Jazz Fest. It's tough.
So, if your daughter ever grows out of this hobby, like Legos,
You gotta hope she does.
Well, but you now have this whole Lego city somewhere in
Sell
your
it.
house. Is it stuff that you can sell? Is it stuff that you take apart?
Will she let you, though?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what do you do with it when that interest is gone?
I have no idea. We do have a family friend whose kids were really into Legos.
Yeah.
And they gave us a whole bunch of Legos that the kid didn't play with anymore. But there's got to be thousands of dollars worth of stuff they gave us. And
Man, I put that out on the market, bro.
We got this stuff, and I go, great. I'm never going to have to pay for Legos ever again. I was like over the moon. This was like a year ago.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Like, my little one uses that for, like, side stuff.
Yeah,
And
side projects.
Yeah, she's still, it's like when architect isn't building what they're working on. I'm going to do some blueprints over here, but it doesn't count. You're still going to pay for all
Some
this stuff.
spec houses.
You brought up something,
What?
with the growing out of it, you saying you have to hope she does.
Right.
Is it bad that I hope eventually she grows out
I
of
think
this?
all parents, once they start getting beat up financially with this crap.
I don't even mean, in that aspect. I mean, like, even when she gets to a point where she could afford to buy her own Legos, like as a grown person, does it make me a bad father that I'm slightly nervous that I'm raising an eventual adult Lego builder? Because I have these visions of, like, a 28-year-old version of my daughter walking through, like, Lego Fest.
Yeah, you don't want that.
And haggling.
But
and
maybe
then,
that's going to be not as weird as we think it is. I mean,
But you'd rather have an adult that's well-rounded, not just focused on Legos.
Oh, no, she could be
maybe-
well-rounded.
yeah.
I still don't want, like, Legos as a part of that.
All right.
Is that bad?
Well, you've seen the adult Lego. And it's not
Well, but I
it's
guess
not something
there's
you want for your child.
Every generation, though, has a version of adult Legos, whether it's model cars.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that
model
either.
But I'm just
Wouldn't
saying,
want
like, it exists with everybody.
There's nothing you can say where I'd be like, oh, I would want that for my child. Like, yeah, no, if I met a man my age who was still into model trains, great guy, fine, a little strange.
We know guys that are into model trains and into slot cars as an adult.
Yep. Hey, Kimmy, think of those two people.
Well, there's one sitting in this room, and he's going to play it up like he doesn't want to play with the slot cars, but we know if it was available, he'd take a spin.
I am going to do it with my grandchild.
In the defense of Tommy on this one. Look, I think there's a difference between looking at something
Appreciating it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like, for example, when I go to these Lego fests with my daughter, I can stand back and appreciate the hours and the work that goes into these. Tommy, they have these massive setups, like cities and scenes. And I can
it's
stand,
amazing.
They move. Yeah, it's astonishing. And, like, the fact that a human brain can design that and build it with your hands, I'm in awe.
Yeah.
That is a remarkable talent, and I'm jealous of that person. I want no part of it.
Yeah.
Like, after I'm done looking at it for 3 minutes, I can go, okay, and then I'm going to go back to my adult life.
Yeah, I don't have patience for stuff. I just get bored. I want to go do something else now.
Like, I also have fears of, like, as my daughter gets older, like her being on, like, a first date and, like, 15 minutes in, like, talking about her love
That
for
you
Legos.
don't want.
Like, you know what I'm
do
saying?
not want that.
Like, how do I stop?
And you also don't want her bringing home a Lego boyfriend.
Ooh. Well, I don't know, but in that way
know,
they
they
would
would
have,
like-
they would bond over
Yeah.
that. I
You don't want
guess.
that.
I don't know.
And you don't.
But
You
if
don't
she's happy.
And Lego boyfriend's better than, like, other kinds of
Yeah.
boyfriends.
well, yeah.
Right? Like, I'd
yeah.
much rather take Lego boyfriend than, like,
Okay,
dirt
there's-
bike boyfriend.
All right, so there's bad boy over here, Lego boy over here. You want something in the middle.
What if she brings home Lego bad boy? He rode a Lego motorcycle to the house. I built it and it goes fast. I mean, life is funny where you raise this little version of you that at times you cannot relate to at all.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it doesn't make any sense because, like, my two daughters, they've been raised the exact same way in the exact same environment, and they could not be two more different people.
Yeah,
and
it's amazing.
I can't figure it out.
I know.
I cannot figure it out. So to all you Lego parents or race car parents or whatever nerdy thing your kid does that you can't relate to, Godspeed. God bless.
Good luck.
Thank you. We got a dynamite nerdy kid kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to get to it. Where are we Legoing in the hood?
Kimmy's got her post ready to go. It's Where They Whinin'. Come on back just after 9 o'clock. We're going to figure it out. We got the star chart ready to go, as we told you about last week. Unfortunately, the debut of the star chart led to no stars because
So
nobody
it's a
won.
starless star chart.
It is a starless star chart to go along with our starless radio show. So we'll come back at 9 o'clock for that. Just after 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Times are tough, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, people, they don't have the money for groceries like
Everybody's
they used
cutting
to.
back, bro.
Yeah, it's not that they're cutting back. It's that the, quote, inflation is making prices go up.
Okay. So
But
what are they
there's,
doing?
well, there's a very powerful man who heads up a very powerful food company. He's got the solution.
Oh.
And people freaked out when he suggested this. Now, look, it's not the best look for him to say this.
No.
However, I was surprised with how angry people got because I thought this was standard broke guy dinner.
It is.
We've all done it, haven't we?
Right.
But if it ain't going to be what he suggested, what is your brokest, most delicious dinner?
Ooh.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Told you it's going to be 65 today.
Beautiful.
Right after a little chill out tomorrow, it's going to go back into the 50s
Weekend's
and 60s.
looking pretty good.
So that means we're going to see the debut coming out of hibernation. One of Rochester's most unique and interesting characters.
Who's that?
Fat guy, miniature trousers.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Record-setting warmth in Rochester today.
Nice.
After a little hiccup tomorrow evening, it's going to be in the 50s and 60s for the rest of the week, really for the foreseeable future. And there are some places today, depending on where you are, that could be diddling 70 degrees.
Wow.
I mean, look, it's great. It's going to get folks outside, bike riders and walkers and folks starting in their garden. But it also will bring out one of the most unique creatures you see in the greater Rochester area. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we know there are a bunch of shortages in industries that are absolutely necessary to America.
Yeah.
Here in Rochester and nationwide, this now has a massive shortage, which is a problem if you need your car to work the right way.
Christ.
However,
What?
first off, it may be the greatest time in America to be a high school kid because you got a bunch of really good, well-paying jobs you can go into with almost a guaranteed gig. But it seems, Tommy, the one thing that all these jobs have in common, they're jobs that if your mom or dad did them, you're probably more likely to try them yourself.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So temps in the 50s, 60s, and possibly 70s, 7 of the next 8 days.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And with that, we are going to see one of nature's most interesting creations emerge from their winter slumbers here in Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
The fat guy in shorts.
Yep, the West Side resort wear.
Okay, it ain't just a West Side thing.
It's fat
No, you
guys
can find this
in
anywhere.
shorts and hoodies.
What makes you think it's a West Side thing?
Because it's every West Side fat guy.
No, it's every fat guy in the greater Rochester area.
Well, who do you think's got most fat guys?
You don't wait.
It has to do more about size and location.
How many people you heavy set middle-aged guys you think where do you think they reside?
Yeah, no, I don't know if you've ever sat outside Black and Blue in that plaza there to watch giant-headed, fat, well-off guys.
Those guys are like in their 60s.
Limp their way into the steakhouse because they're going to have a pretty good diet of a 64-ounce steak and crab legs tonight.
So you may see the shorts, but the hoodie is a West Side because the East Side it's going to be that golf Oak Hill hoodie or pullover you bought.
Still counts.
Either way, the shorts are on.
Still counts. All right, I'm going to ask you this question first off, because you were a big old fat boy, just like I was a big old fat boy. Were you ever fat guy in shorts?
I couldn't pull it. It's too goddamn cold.
Oh, you were a sissy?
Yes.
He's a cold. I feel like you're just a cold human being, all
to
on
the
all
core, man,
aspects
to
of
the
life.
bone, cold to the bone.
We've seen the way he layers up when he goes outside.
No, but Kimmy, here's what you don't understand because you've never had a terrible weight problem like Tommy and I did at points. When you have that weight on you, every man runs hot. That's the most remarkable thing about you as a person. Even with all that blub, I mean, you still have them hanging off your chest right now. You never ran hot as a fat boy.
No. Never was a big sweaty guy. But, like, I knew, like, on the old show, like, Joe T, he always wore that outfit. And it would be freezing-ass cold, man. And he'd come in that outfit. And I would get cold looking at him.
So here's what I'm curious about, because I know that you fat guys in shorts are listening right now. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the minimum temperature where we start to see the fat guy in shorts emerge from their hibernation?
I think we're going to see it this week for sure.
Absolutely.
I'm going to say 40s.
But we've seen 40s. I haven't seen a ton of fat guys in shorts.
I'm so used to see. Maybe I don't notice it because it's just such a. It always seems to be in rotation.
Oh, it's weird that you say that because you live on the east side, and I heard there's no fat guys in shorts on the east side. What a dick-ass elitist take. Like Chubb has a socioeconomic status.
Well, I mean, I would say you poor, you chubbier.
What?
Yeah. Like they say, like, and sometimes if you don't have a lot of money, eat bad food.
Who's they?
The government.
Yeah. So this
United States Food
big
Association.
Old short fat guys with shorts on. Because, like, look, I know 50 degrees, you're going to see the shorts. The coats
for
go
sure,
away.
because now you can play baseball.
The shins become exposed. Like, it is funny. Like, with the temperatures it's going to be today, when you walk around, it's going to look like South Beach in the 80s, but there's a side-by-side because you will see fat guys in shorts with the hoodies on walking next to women that are in parkas, winter hats, and boots.
Yeah, women don't break out the summer wear till the last available moment.
Well, I get that, though. Women traditionally run cold.
Yeah.
Too cold for shorts.
But, like, there almost should be, like, a photo contest in Rochester. Because you'll see it. Find me the most side-by-side weird outfits possible. Because, again, today,
couples,
there will be someone in a knee-to-shoulder parka talking to someone in a hoodie and shorts.
Well, it's funny, too. I've noticed because, like, we come in so early that it's usually pretty cold for quite a while in spring. So, like, I get a little self-conscious if I stop somewhere after work to like run an errand and I'm in like my winter coat and just bundled up and everybody else is walking around in like a t-shirt and sunglasses, you know what I mean?
Debate I had this morning getting dressed. Should I go t-shirt? It's 40 degrees to start off, but it could be like 60 by the time we're leaving the studio.
That's true.
And you do feel cooler wearing a t-shirt in 60 degrees. Like you want to be on the wave of early t-shirt wearers.
Yeah, true.
There's a toughness in Rochester, right? You are, I think part of the fat guy in shorts is running hot. I think part of the fat guy in shorts is showing that you are Rochester tough.
Yeah, but to who? Because nobody really cares.
I mean, I care. I thought about it this morning.
But nobody's looking at that. That's a tough son of a bitch right there. It's 45 and he's in shorts.
I don't know, man. If I see a guy in 40 in shorts, I do kind of think that's a tough son of a bitch.
Oh.
Like there's a hockey dad,
I just assume they're not even affected by it.
Or they're just.
I don't know if it's tough or they just don't even feel it.
Or they're just lazy and I don't care what they look like.
Well, but okay, why would wearing shorts make you look less? I don't get it. Why you judge someone for wearing shorts as opposed to pants?
If it's a work day, yeah. Unless you're a work outside.
You wear shorts to work.
Yeah, but I don't call it.
No, you're Mr. Fashion. You're telling me you are so East Side.
I don't
bitch.
wear shorts in here till summertime.
You still wear them?
Yeah, summertime.
Not professional.
Summer professional wear. I'm thinking about going to this new thing I've seen.
What's that?
With these old guys, they wear shorts, a regular shirt, and a sport coat.
Don't do the LeBron James from 3 years ago thing.
He tried to make. If LeBron James couldn't make it work,
I'm telling you, it's an old guy thing.
You gonna play guitar for AC/DC? Is that your plan?
I would love to.
Okay. 252 WCMF as we talk about the emergence of the fat guys in shorts today, with the hoodies, with the weather getting nicer. Do fat guys put their summer clothes away for the winter, or do they always have the shorts at an arm's length?
I don't think guys put clothes away.
I do. I put my summer
Well,
clothes away.
you've got a ton of clothes. You're out of control with the clothes.
Tommy's more about quality than quantity, I do have to say.
Yeah, how many pair of dress shoes you got?
What?
How many socks you got?
What?
Didn't we estimate you had over 200 pair of socks?
I forgot about your socks. Do you have a lot of those?
Roughly.
Yeah. How many button-up shirts? Under 60 button-up shirts in your closet.
Well, I have summer and winter button-up shirts.
That's not it's a yes or no, or it's an over.
It's hard to know.
So it's over 60.
No, I don't think I have 60 shirts.
I would be willing to bet my house that you have over 60 shirts hanging in your closet just based on the rotation that we see here in the room. Man. Collars of all sizes. Because there's the thing. I feel like there's a decision when you go shorts and hoodie. Because once you commit to the shorts and hoodie in Rochester, you can't really go back to the pants.
No, and to your point with being a fat guy, it's very hard to be fat and comfortable.
Yeah, I know.
So that's about as comfortable as you can get is the shorts and hoodie. It's for a fat dude.
I think it even goes past fat guy because, I know, Kimmy, your husband's like this. I have this problem. I have powerful thighs.
So does your mom. Must run in the family.
Yeah. And if you're a man that has powerful thighs, you never, ever find a pair of pants that fits the right way. But for some reason, shorts fit just fine.
Okay.
I don't know, though. Have you been having a tougher... I feel like my husband lately has had a tougher time with the shorts just based on, the most, popular length currently.
The shorts have been getting shorter.
Struggling with the length.
It's frustrating, but I still have better range of motion wearing short shorts. I look like Pat Riley with the Lakers as opposed to wearing pants. I have 2 pair of jeans that feel comfortable, and I keep those in rotation. Okay. And if I wear a pair of khaki pants, I'm afraid I'm going to rip the crotch of the ass out at any moment. So, I live for the day that it's now shorts weather so I don't have to F with pants. I hate effing with pants.
All right. So you're comfortable.
Yeah, but that's why I want to get to shorts weather. That's why, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when it's going to be back in the 60s again, I will do the debate.
Break out the shorts.
It's 48 degrees. I'm going to wear the shorts to work.
You should do it.
No, because now I know you're judging me for looking
I judge you
unprofessional.
either way. You can't win in this room.
It really...
Never worry about what you're doing in this room because it doesn't matter. We're going to kill you.
It really bothers me that you look at men in shorts and see them as unprofessional.
Yes. I do.
You work 4 hours a day telling dong jokes.
Yes,
How dare you stand back and judge someone else?
You can't help it. It just, it hits me.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. That is a fat guy in shorts name.
Yeah.
Rick says, I've been wearing shorts the last 2 weeks on and off. Once it hits 40 degrees, I'm going shorts. I'd wear it in lower temperatures than that, but my wife tells me I'm going to get a cold.
That's not how you get a cold.
We're going to talk viruses now on the
From
show.
Thick Rick.
Well, you're saying once you commit to the shorts, you can't go back.
I'm asking.
Oh.
So we
because
had a
I'm
guy.
thinking, like, when that snow falls, you're not going shorts and boots.
So I've seen that.
Yeah.
But
Don't do that.
So we had a guy here.
Yeah.
He was our boss. May he rest in peace, and I won't say who it is. He was a big
By the way, I
old.
love that doesn't even narrow it down.
I know. He was a big old fat boy.
Okay.
But he had bad fat boy legs. Remember him? They were. He had. There was no shape to him.
Oh, he was brother thickness.
But they went straight down to the ankle.
Yeah.
And he would wear those tight. He was wearing those tight short shorts before they were popular. I don't know if those were regular shorts and he just turned them into fat fashionable shorts because of his girth. But that was a bad. If you have super fat legs,
Okay, for God's sake.
it's a bad look, man.
Well, look, as you know, all fat guys can back me up on this.
Yeah.
Fat guy leg comes in one of two sizes. The leg that you just described, which it sucks. It sucks when you got that leg because it's really hard to make that leg look like a leg that you want it to look
Right.
like. Or you have the most muscular legs that ever existed on the face of the planet.
Which is fine. But if you got Andy Reid leg, you may want to go with
But are
khakis.
pants better?
Well, at least you're covering it up.
Yeah.
Andy
Sometimes
Reid's
those
got
fit
some-
funny, though.
Andy Reid has got some busted ass fat guy leg, and I didn't notice it until he was doing that interview.
I don't think I've ever noticed his legs.
He pointed it out to me.
And
when
you
he-
noticed it too. He was talking to Cower on one of those
Yeah.
pregame shows, and I go, "Oh my God, look at his fat guy leg."
But he's just a big. I mean, that's not
Oh, he's big.
surprising. He's a big guy.
But he's been a big guy since he was a little kid.
And I would expect a big guy since childbirth to have like the
Yeah.
giant
Big,
calf legs.
purpley legs.
That's not what I would have expected because he's out running around too, right? Like he's a
Sure.
football coach. Like there's
Bro,
athletic
that
stuff.
dude don't run around. He holds that. He holds whatever you call
Clipboard?
that playbook like it's a menu from Shoney's.
Shoney's.
Big in the Midwest.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. We're talking fat guy in shorts weather. We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al, another great fat guy in shorts
Oh,
name.
yeah.
Al says, my shorts never go away. I'll wear them in the snow. My legs just don't get cold. Sometimes I'll wear a coat with shorts
Maybe
on.
you should see a doctor if your legs don't ever get cold or like you don't feel anything in your legs.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Like most times I shovel the driveway in the winter,
Mm-hmm.
I'll wear gym shorts with boots
Oh,
and like a sweatshirt.
why?
It doesn't. I feel more comfortable doing it that way. My arms and hands will get cold, but like my legs, if I'm moving like that, they won't
Yeah.
get cold. And I can like run in the wintertime in shorts.
You do see that, but they do make all those kind of like athletic where you can run in like those longer pants, right?
Yeah, but then you get like that sound you get when you walk on the canal.
Well, nobody can hear it because everybody's got their windows up.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to another great fat guy in shorts name.
Who's that?
Skippy's on CMF. Hey, Skippy, what's up, buddy?
You guys got to do a reoccurrence of when Tommy was naked in the freaking studio. And you were in there, too, with that skit,
Yeah.
right?
Yep,
Sam?
yeah,
Or
we
was
saw
that
each other's
too long?
penises. Skippy, can I ask you a
There you
question?
go.
Can I ask you a question? Your rig's off.
Why would that be good for anybody?
It was an interesting dynamic of the show, how shamed we were of our bodies. But, Skippy, based on the dynamic of the show now with Kimmy in here,
Yeah, that's not happening.
how the hell do you think we get away with a naked show?
Because then you can finally prove that you're hermaphrodite.
All right.
Wow, that was a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it kind of even worked.
Yeah.
You had to set him up for his own punchline.
It wasn't even that good. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
It's the greatest time in American history to be a high school kid. Not because there's a lot of stress with the school,
Oh yeah.
right? And there's things they've gone through. But when it comes to finding a career,
Oh.
you can't be in a better place than these kids are right now because we know there are well-paying jobs with fantastic security
Yeah, right.
that have massive shortages.
But do you want to do these jobs?
Well, so adults right now don't seem that they want to. But Tommy, I mean, if you're looking for a long-term house, multiple cars, kids taken
What you
care
want.
of, there's another job
Damn.
that 15 years from now,
Yeah.
we are going to have an unbelievable shortage, and it's a needed one just based on how we all get around.
So it sounds tough.
I don't know. Look,
Right.
it's hard to judge how tough a job is because everybody that does that job will tell you it's the toughest job in America. Like even you, like, oh, you try talking for 4 hours with commercials. But what's weird about these jobs that are needed badly, and
Yeah.
all of them up and down, the ones you've heard about, they seem to be jobs that might be generational.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It might be the best time in America, job-wise, to be a teenage kid. And I don't mean like kids' jobs. I mean what your future's going to look like.
Go get them, Junior.
Tommy, there are tons of jobs that pay very well and have massive shortages. And this particular one that popped up this week, it's a necessity that we cannot live without. But with most of these gigs that folks are short on, it seems now they're jobs that parents had first, generational gigs.
Right.
And if kids who watch their parents do these jobs don't want these jobs anymore, what does that say about these jobs?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Every once in a while, that paycheck does not stretch till Friday. And dinner becomes an interesting study in what you can make cheap.
All right. What can we stretch or do?
Yeah, one very powerful man made a suggestion this week on television, and people flipped the F out.
Especially because he's this powerful, man.
I agree with you. But what's funny is we've all done this before.
Sure.
And if you don't want to go down that road, I guess the question becomes, what is your bestest, brokest dinner? And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So we need help in the automotive industry bad, Tommy.
Like selling cars?
Nope. We're talking mechanics and technicians.
Okay.
Things of that nature. Story on Spectrum News this week says that right now, the United States is 80,000 people short of the techs they need to make stuff work.
So we're 80,000 short of mechanics.
Right? Well, mechanics and techs.
What's the same thing, though, right? One's a computer guy?
Now you just really pissed off both mechanics and, like,
I
trucking
figured it
car
was the same guy, just like he had both. Like he could work on the computer end of it and on the motor.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
But they say by 2030, on current trends, there will be 120,000 employee shortage, which means it's a massive opportunity for young folks to pounce on these jobs and take advantage.
Yes.
So like the story on Spectrum, talk to kids that are going to Edison Tech. They're already studying this stuff in high school, setting themselves up. And it's not just the city. WMOCO, through the BOCES programs in Monroe County, can offer your high school kid interested in something like this daily classes. Not only that, MCC has a program, a good one, for kids that want to jump into it after the standard high school experience. So, Tommy, we can now add mechanic and tech to the job shortages we've seen the last few years. Jobs in the trades, police officers, teachers, truck drivers. And when you stand back and look at those jobs, one thing now stands out, a thread that runs through all of them.
What's that?
They're mostly generational jobs. Jobs that kids traditionally take over after their parents are done doing.
But your daddy did it.
Yeah, like you see a lot of cops whose parents were cops. You see a lot of teachers whose parents were teachers. Same with truck drivers. Are these folks taking these jobs because they saw what their parents got out of it, like back in the day? And now that people aren't taking these jobs and there's shortages in the trades, with cops, with teachers, with truck drivers, with mechanics, has the job changed enough where kids that see their parents do these jobs don't want these jobs anymore?
Well, you heard all the worst parts about it, right? When
Yeah,
your old man or your old lady came home.
Okay.
Right? How brutal it was.
Yeah, but we also have a way of even the best jobs in the world coming home and bitching about our day.
But do you think, like, to your point then, whatever job your parents had, no matter what it was, maybe something you don't want to ever pursue because you did always hear, like, the worst, like that, you know, the stuff that they'd come home and complain about.
Well, think about it. You came home and heard your dad.
Yeah, I never. I the last thing
I came home and heard my dad, and I said, owning things sucks.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they just put a bad taste in your mouth.
So much so he doesn't even own a house right now.
Out of the game, baby.
Like, Kimmy, did you ever want to be what your parents were?
No, because I think...
But she didn't know what her dad did.
That's actually true.
Well, just like watching my dad and his schedule and how much it affected just like his health and his, you know what I mean?
He was a
like,
shift guy. He worked late.
Yeah, like he never slept. Like he suffered from like insomnia. You know what I mean? Like he just...
Disappointment from his children.
But like stuff like that you see in your parents, and even though, you know, they made a good living and maybe the job wasn't always as bad as they said it was, as a kid, you see that and you're like, I don't want to do that.
I will say this, though, like with mechanics, those guys, every guy I knew that was a mechanic, like they just had it in them.
Okay.
They just love to turn wrench.
Okay.
Like they just live for that stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And here's the thing, like the mechanics that I've known through the years, and you've known them too, it's an awesome gig, man, because like not only do you have a job, you can work for yourself on the weekends on the side.
You don't have to pay anybody to work on your own car. I mean, like, you're right. You're 100% right about everything you're saying. And that's what's strange about all of these jobs we just mentioned with mechanic trades, cops, teachers, truck drivers. They have great job security.
Yeah.
Right? Teachers and cops have unbelievable benefits and retirement plans. All of these jobs we mentioned have everything you could want in the American dream. And yes, there are sacrifices you will have to make. And of course, not every job is for every person. But knowing how hard it can be, Tommy, in other parts of the workforce.
Yeah.
There have to be parents right now trying to steer their kids in the direction of these 5 jobs that we just mentioned. Maybe not truck driver because you're not going to see your family as much, right? But teacher, a lot of pride in that job. Security, summers off, pension. Cop, a lot of pride in that job. 25, 20 on and off.
Yeah.
Have pension, pay for the rest of your life, right? Or full benefits. Like,
I know, like with mechanic, there's probably things, like I knew like some of those guys, they had to have their own tools.
okay.
Like some of these guys had to purchase their own tools, which are not cheap.
Like a level of investment
Yeah,
before
to
you
get
even get
in.
there. Yeah.
But like to your point, like I always figure a mechanic, if you're a really good mechanic, you could probably work on anything, basically.
Well, okay, but we're also
To-
dumb.
to an extent.
What do you mean anything? I'm not going to like hand a guy who
You're,
like
you're just thinking
a
like the way
plane.
your brain works.
Well, kind of like if something breaks in your house, I'm just figuring if you're mechanically inclined, you can actually work on a car engine. You could probably figure out other things in
Okay.
your house, your lawnmower, your friend's stuff, side projects. I just figured you're good with motors.
Well, I did have a buddy come over and fix a lamp my wife broke, but now it's leaking coolant. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, but that you can fix that.
252 WCMF, folks have been waiting on hold. We're talking about story on Spectrum this week. Right now, there are a shortage of 80,000 mechanics and truck and car techs across the United States. They say by 2030, that shortage will be 120,000 employees. A massive opportunity for high school kids to jump on this and have a great job for the rest of their life. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Mike. What's up?
So I got a couple of friends who used to be mechanics, and I can tell you the big reason they got out of it is cars these days, to do the simplest thing, is the biggest job. Like something that should take 10 minutes takes 3.5 hours.
Are you talking because of the technology that's in the cars now?
Yeah, and the way they pack everything in.
Okay. Well, you got to keep it tight.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, it is frustrating. Like, I'm not mechanically inclined. You're not mechanically inclined. But because we were both really busted at one point, we kind of learned how to do things on our old cars because we couldn't afford to have anybody else do it.
True.
Where, like, Mike, you're right. If I opened up my Honda Pilot now,
That engine doesn't look like an engine.
No.
You wouldn't even know where to start.
Exactly.
Not mechanically inclined, but
All right, well, Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. And I get it. Like, I get guys that were in the business and watched everything change.
Right.
And it's
But
frustrating.
if you're a kid now, I mean, that's all,
It'd be new to you.
but it's
Yeah.
normal to you.
Yeah.
That a car looks like that.
Absolutely. Going back to the whole all-encompassing unwanted jobs, Tom is on CMF. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Yep.
I had 2 things to tell you there. One, if you're with one of the bigger automotive or truck repair people and you show a little initiative, they'll send you to school and they'll even pay you while you're attending classes for them.
Wow, the shortage is that bad.
Yep. The second thing, there's another real big shortage here in the United States, and that's it's over 50,000 open jobs right now, and that's commercial pilot. And it can be a heck of a good gig. You know, 6-figure pay and everything. The only problem is...
And, all that sky candy.
Well, you'll earn your 20 years worth of money in about a 4 or 5 minute period when you save an airliner with 300 people in it.
Yeah, that you didn't
There's a
sell the
big
job
risk.
there at the
Yeah,
end
yeah,
there,
yeah.
Tom. That was horrifying. I don't want to do that job, Tom.
Well, you gotta love it. If you don't love flying, it won't work. But if you do,
Oh, it won't?
what a way to go.
I don't like heights. Can I still be a pilot?
I love that too, Tom. I get where you're coming from, but listen, man, it's all gonna go well unless you fail that 3-minute test, in which case you're gonna die and take 300 people with you.
No, I've been flying for 30 years now. Haven't had one problem.
Attaboy, Tom. Well, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. There is not enough money in the world.
I ain't getting to play with that dude.
No, I'm not even talking that. For like, if they were to come to me and say, "Hey, man, it's $1 million a year job,
Yeah.
and we can teach you how to be a pilot, and you can start tomorrow."
Fly a big ass plane, but full of people.
Not doing it.
No way.
Not doing it. I don't trust myself enough.
But you also don't like not being in control. Do you think you'd feel better flying if you were in control as opposed to being a passenger?
No, Kimmy, there's a reason I don't have a gun, and it's because I know I'm dumb and I don't trust myself.
fair
So
enough.
if I'm not smart enough to not feel comfortable holding a gun that only does something if I do something to it, you're gonna put me in a plane? What are you?
I mean, I wouldn't want to do it, but
I got to figure like all these tough jobs have got to be coming up short. Jobs where you had to really physically work.
Why is that?
Because nobody wants to work.
Are you kidding me right now?
They
Are
know
you kidding me?
these kids all want to be influencers. They want to be TikTokers and influencers and gamers.
Yeah, you mean like sit
Nobody
like,
wants
in a
to
leather
fly a
chair,
plane.
like give their opinion every day for 30 years, for 4 hours
the
a day.
big blue skies, open road
You're
trucking.
the first form of influencer.
Bad influence.
If you're watching the live stream, you just saw a man who crossed his legs in a leather chair, recliner, talking to a microphone saying nobody wants to
These
work.
kids don't
anymore.
want to do these tough jobs.
Guy who quit tough job to do what he does now.
Guy who quit tough job that was making the equivalent of an $80,000 a year salary to go on the road and tell dong jokes. He was so starving. He was 90 pounds as a grown man living in his sister's house, listening to her have sex in the bedroom next door. Nobody wants to work these days.
They know, bro.
I hate people like you so much.
Nobody wants to do man work.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So go do it. Who's stopping you?
Me. Who's hiring a 64-year-old apprentice?
There's an $80,000 shortage. I bet you can get a gig.
Bro,
80,000 person.
If they want me to be a mechanic, we are doomed.
You know, as we're talking about these jobs being traditionally generational jobs with the trades and mechanics and cops and teachers and truck drivers, right? Do parents want kids to follow in their footsteps anymore? Like, would you be honored if your grandson looked at your life and said, I want to do...
Jesus Christ, kid.
I mean,
The hell? No. I did everything wrong.
Well, like, Kimmy, think about it. It used to be automatic in this town.
yeah.
With Kodak and Xerox that you just followed in your parents' footsteps.
Right, because those jobs were like guaranteed. Those
Right,
jobs were
right.
money in the bank.
Yeah.
so are these
And
jobs.
yeah, but
They
I
are.
don't know, like, I just feel like the work experience for a lot of people is so different now. Like, you don't stay at the same place for your whole life.
That's a
So
good
I
point.
don't know, following in your parents' footsteps could look a lot different every 10 years.
And things change so fast now. So think about my dad as a businessman.
Yeah.
Think about The Office. He worked for 40 years. That office didn't change. The technology didn't change.
Yeah.
The biggest technology was a push-button phone.
Okay.
Think of how fast technology changes now. So let's say you're a mechanic. You're going to constantly have to be trained on whatever new technology is going into that car.
You're right.
And those guys 50, 60 years ago, what was the change?
Oh, I mean, and we just talked about, those guys.
Seatbelts?
His buddy, the guy that called up his buddies
Yeah.
that used to be mechanics and got out of the game because
Yeah.
it got too confusing. It's almost like nobody wants to work anymore.
Yes.
Guys that were in the game.
I know, but again, but after a while, it gets to be too much.
Yeah, no, I hear too much, Tommy.
Too
much. I just want to point out that your two takes in the last 3 minutes
Right.
where nobody wants to work anymore and the world is so confusing because of technology.
Yes.
We are nailing it.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Again, we're talking about 80,000 mechanics and techs short across America right now. They estimate by 2030 that'll be up to 120,000. Massive opportunity with the shortages of jobs for kids to get jobs like mechanic, cop, teacher, truck driver.
And it's going to pay.
Yes.
Because they're going to have to pay you.
John's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good, John.
I really appreciate you promoting the trades on WCMF. But I want to make the biggest comment is that it's perception. And when people are at dinner parties and, people are talking, well, where's your son going to school? Where's your daughter going to school? And then, I'm there and, well, my son's going to MCC to be a mechanic. And they're like, oh, well, my son's going to Penn State or my son's going to Harvard. It's a perception thing. But the biggest thing is that they don't realize that it's going to cost them $250,000 to send their kid to Penn State or Harvard, and yet the kid going to MCC, he's going to be out making money and not have debt.
No, I agree with you
And
100%. Look,
But I'm also thinking, like, if you're at that party and your kid's at MCC and the other guy's kid's at Harvard, you may be at the wrong party.
well, look, man, if you walk in and they got food, just start eating.
Yeah.
But I know, but it's not just mechanics jobs either. It's HVAC jobs. It's electricians. It's machinists.
No, John,
Right.
everything you're saying is 100% right, but I feel like there's a lot of I agree with you. Kimmy and I were of the generation where they told us we had to go to college, which I think led to this shortage on all of these trades and things like that. But, John, I think that I guess maybe embarrassment's the wrong word, but you get what I'm saying, right? I think it also comes from inside too, because there are men and women who work these trade jobs to say, I'm going to give my kid a better life, and that idea is letting them go to college because they couldn't.
To go on to something else.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just a general perception in America, not just from folks that don't do the jobs, but the folks that work really hard, work their fingers to the bone. Like, I don't want my kids to have to do this.
I also wonder if it kind of goes a different way at some point, because like I do know a lot of kids that came out of college with a lot of debt, didn't get like that dream job that they wanted, that if with their kids, they just want their kid to be happy and do what they I don't know how much they're going to emphasize college when their kid becomes, a senior in high school, just based on their experience.
Well, it's also, I mean, John, I hear you. Buddy, thanks for the call, man. I'm super late. I got to go.
You're welcome.
Have a good rest of the day. Kimmy, it's also possible 20 years from now, college is free the way things are moving, right? So it wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, free cost, everything costs money.
Oh, it's too much, Pat.
And let's say you have a job where you're not making it
Coming
to
up
the end,
short.
Yeah, the end of the week with a full paycheck. Sometimes dinner's going to look a little different on Thursday.
Yeah, sure is.
Look, almost everybody has been at this point.
Yeah.
And there is a very rich and powerful man who made a suggestion to people that are coming up short on Thursday for the dinner budget. People freaked out.
Yeah.
Even though you and me and Kimmy and most people listening
I understand.
have done this at some point.
Sure.
You still think the freak out was justifiable.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to tell you what this guy said. But I guess it comes down to, if you're not going to eat what he's suggesting for dinner, and you got to find something cheap and quick and easy, what is your best, brokest dinner?
Well, I know what it is.
Oh,
and,
you do?
Yeah, because of my buddy.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Every once in a while, Tommy, you got to make that paycheck stretch.
Yeah, you do, buddy. We've all been there.
And it includes the food budget.
Yeah.
There are times in everyone's life where dinner on Thursday night will not look the same as dinner did on Monday night. And one suggestion from a rich and powerful man on what to do in that scenario
There you go.
has people freaking out, which is a little strange.
Yeah.
Because hasn't everyone at a broke point in their life done this to get by?
Yeah, I think so. Sure.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into the story.
What you got?
Well, folks do not love the price of groceries
No,
right
it's too
now.
damn high, Pat.
And for those looking to make ends meet, the CEO of the Kellogg's Corporation,
Mr. Cereal himself.
yes, makers of the most famous breakfast cereals, went on CNBC last week with a suggestion how to stretch your food budget when you don't have the cash.
What do you do?
His suggestion,
Yeah.
cereal for dinner.
There you go. Cornflakes, kids.
Quote, cereal for dinner is probably something that's more in trend now. And he went on to say that a bowl of cereal with milk and fresh fruit costs on average under $1. So here's what's funny.
Yeah.
This wasn't just some off-the-cuff statement from the Kellogg CEO.
Yeah.
Now, people freaked out about
Yeah.
what he said. They accused him of being out of touch. They said he was trying to take advantage of legitimate struggles and made the statement, someone like him,
Yeah. He's like a rich, smug-ass dude.
he would never have to have cereal for dinner.
No.
But the Kellogg's
He
Corporation...
probably doesn't eat cereal, period.
The Kellogg's Corporation, Tommy, actually launched an ad campaign last year called Give Chicken the Night Off, encouraging people to have cereal for dinner to save cash. So this wasn't just some stupid thing he said. This is part of a targeted advertising campaign.
To get you to buy more cereal.
Breakfast for dinner.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I understand the optics of,
A big bowl of sugar for dinner.
well, that's not good, but a millionaire, potentially billionaire coming on television and saying, just have cereal for dinner. But the folks that are upset, have they never been broke before? Isn't cereal for dinner the standard? We ain't got the cash to make it to the end of the week
But
dinner?
I could see like college kid, broke ass kid. But if you're a family of 4, giving your kids cereal for dinner probably isn't the best
But
idea.
every now and then, like when my mom would like switch it up, like we're just gonna have cereal or breakfast or something different for dinner.
You know, she
because
was sick of you, right?
But
she was sick of feeding you.
But that was
like, it was like
fun.
she was at the end of her rope,
I didn't
man.
care as a kid. That was fun. Like, yeah, let's have cinnamon toast crunch for dinner. Sounds good to me.
Bro, like the amount of times we had cereal for dinner when I was a kid.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, your mother would be like the person I would think about who had to stretch and feed big boys food. Like, what was like? Because I remember like Hamburger Helper was like her thing, right?
It only went so far.
Well, we got Helper. We couldn't afford the hamburger.
Yeah, you couldn't afford that glove.
I don't know why you put the hamburger in. There's good just on its own.
What we having? Just stuffing?
Well, like the most, like the most ironic part of this guy's statement from Kellogg's, right? Like, if you are doing cereal for dinner for budgetary reasons, you're not buying a name brand cereal. That is a multi
Yeah, that's a good
meal,
point.
no question.
So you got to go busted ass cereal.
That cereal is coming in a resealable bag. Okay, but Tommy, to the point you just made, if you need to stretch $1, but you don't want cereal for dinner, what are the best broke-ass dinner concoctions? Because the goal is to make it cheap, but make it feel like real dinner, right?
Right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. What did you make? What do you make? What is the least depressing thing you can make with no money for your family for dinner?
So I'm thinking number 1, pasta.
Amen. You're right.
Pasta, butter noodles.
Okay, butter noodles, yes, but even you can go sauce. Like a box of pasta is under $1.
Right.
You can get a cheap-ass jar of sauce for $2.
Yeah,
That's a $3 dinner.
And you're
Yeah.
eating. And that's pretty, it'll look like a meal.
Yeah.
It'll actually look like and smell like actual dinner.
And if you're feeding like big people, 2 boxes of pasta, 2 jars of sauce. Well, now we're getting up into like the $5 range.
But that's about it.
Okay.
I mean, you're not breaking the budget.
Okay.
And
You're
by the way,
not
there's-
allowed.
There's busted. What's that busted ass college noodle?
Ramen.
You
Yeah.
can't, I don't know if I want to. This stuff's not good for you.
Soup.
Well, there's
You go
Kellogg's
soup.
every night.
No, I understand. Okay, soup.
Well, I'm thinking like if
Oh
you.
yeah, can of cheap ass soup.
Yeah.
Soup for dinner? You can't have just soup for dinner.
Yes, you can.
I
Could.
mean, you could, but it's not great.
It's
Chicken noodle
evening
soup?
cereal.
Fancy dinner cereal. No, you can't just feed your kids soup. It's not a stew if there's nothing in it. I can't just give my kids tomato soup.
No, but you could eat like chicken. Like I can
yeah,
like
they-
Wegmans can of chicken noodle soup.
It's
I
got
bet
veggies in it, some of them.
What's that, like 70 cents a can?
You're not going to be full on just chicken noodle soup.
How about busted ass sandwich?
Okay, what's busted ass sandwich?
Busted ass sandwich. Not good sandwich, busted ass sandwich.
Define busted ass sandwich.
Busted ass sandwich would be cheap ass sliced cheese. Oh, grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese is
Grilled
number one.
cheese. I remember my dad used to make. This wasn't really a budget thing. It was more of just my dad had limited, a limited menu.
Yeah.
Just toast, tuna fish, and cheese on top.
Ah!
I don't want hot
Melted
tuna.
melt.
Hot
melts.
tuna coming through.
I don't like hot tuna fish like that.
I'm with you. Well, I mean, it would be cheap, but going back to the grilled
Sandwich.
cheese. Yeah, okay. Right, you can get a loaf of bread for, well, you'll have bread in the house, hopefully. Couple of slices of cheese, and you throw a 69-cent can of soup on the side, tomato soup.
Bro, that's a delicious meal.
But there's no vegetables.
There ain't no vegetables in that cereal.
Well, that's why you were freaking out about the cereal, and other people were freaking out about
Well,
the
no,
cereal.
if you have the soup, if you have tomato soup, there's your vegetable.
Does that count as a vegetable?
It's tomato.
Yeah, but it's also got like a pint of heavy cream in it.
How about
And
vegetable
nobody
soup?
likes hanging out with heavy cream. What?
How about vegetable soup?
Man, can you go grilled cheese and vegetable soup, though? Beef and barley and grilled cheese? Get out of
No,
my
like
face.
straight vegetable soup.
Yeah.
No?
Oh.
You know what would be cheap?
What's that?
And you can get this stuff dirt ass cheap. Cans of chili.
Chili's good.
And they sell them cheap ass busted you're gonna, rip ass all night chili. Can of chili would be delicious.
Okay.
And you can make that with a sandwich.
Okay, but now we're getting into like pricier stuff because if you're feeding a couple of big old boys, like I'm gonna eat a can of chili by myself when I'm a kid.
But
right?
there is that low end chili.
No, I understand, but now we're talking like 70 cents per person per can of chili. Let's multiply that times 4.
Bro, you're not gonna get much less than under $1 a serving for anything.
No, but that's what we're talking about here. Sometimes you need under $1 a serving. Sometimes you got to make with whatever in the pantry. I get that you're spoiled ass boat driving, blazer having.
Well, the galley was always fully stocked.
That's what I mean. Like, you don't understand this. There are people that have had to do this, gone through this when they were kids. Like, you got a pantry full of stuff. Or a pantry, not full of stuff. You have a pantry with some things in it. Make good dinner work.
But if you went to like rough ass oldies shelves and found like low end chili, right? Or low end soup.
If I ain't got the money in my account, I can't afford the low end
Well, if you ain't
chili.
got no money, you ain't got no money. You're out of the food game,
No,
baby.
because you got stuff in the pantry. Make it work, bitch.
When you just figure out what's in there. Because I've been times, man, there just ain't nothing in there.
No, look, man. Depending on how hungry you are, there's always something in there. You just got to
What,
figure out
Morton's salt.
Bro, it's like putting a puzzle together of figuring out what I can make a meal out of this stuff.
I know eggs are egg prices still crazy, or are they back to normal?
I don't know. It depends on who you ask.
Because you can have scrambled eggs for dinner.
You could.
Yeah, scrambled egg,
And
egg
toast.
salad, something like that.
Ooh, egg salad, or just eggs and toast.
Egg salad's got too many ingredients.
Or just mayo.
You got to boil the eggs. You got to put You got to put relish in there. You can't do it without
I
relish.
didn't put
Well,
no
I mean, you
relish in,
could.
man.
You
What are you
don't
making?
have to.
Southern
Yeah.
sandwich?
I like relish better than celery. My mother used to put celery in egg
Oh.
salad.
Well, you
Little
just
crunch.
couldn't afford anything else, poor thing.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the best brokest dinner. It comes off of the outrage after the CEO of Kellogg's went on CNBC and said, "Hey, if you got no money for dinner, just have some cereal."
Buy my cereal.
Let's talk to Rich. Rich, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, nice to see you guys. Hey, two things. First, cereal's not a broke meal. That's just a lazy meal. That's just when your parents don't want to cook and it's quick and simple.
Yeah, they don't love you.
All right.
But as far as a broke meal we used to eat as kids, it was sliced fried potatoes with cut up hot dogs in it.
Ooh,
That doesn't sound bad,
my
man.
mouth is watering right now.
Man, grilled dog, yeah.
You know, you cut up the hot dogs. You know, you put them in at the end and fry them up with the potatoes, but you season the potatoes, and it's kind of like the precursor to a garbage plate without all the other fixings to it.
See, here's the thing. If you got an onion lying around, that sets that baby
Oh,
off.
yeah.
That is
Yeah.
an offsetting onion
Yeah.
dish.
That is, and you can get that for probably $3-4 for a thing of potatoes and a cheap thing of hot dogs.
So, Rich, here's the thing. Now, are you in a better spot financially now than you were when you were a kid eating the hot dogs and potatoes?
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay. Do you still find yourself missing those broke-ass meals from being a kid?
No, because I still make them for my own kids, and they love it.
Rich, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
All right, take care. So
Wait,
here's-
that one you could do that you love.
What's that?
I think every guy loves this fried bologna sandwich.
Oh, God, so good.
Because I think bologna's pretty cheap, right?
I'm not allowed to have bologna.
Why?
My wife don't let me have bologna
Why can't you have bologna?
because it's not good.
Well, no, it's a cold cut. It's not good.
No,
but
but it's like the worst of the cold cuts.
it is?
Does
I think so. Other than what's the Italian one where it looks like and you rolled it in a
Oh,
bunch of...
mortadella?
Yeah,
It's got knots of fat in it.
It looks like a piece of ham that fell into the vacuum cleaner.
Yes.
Does every broke single dude have a package of hot dogs in his fridge? Because I just remember a lot of guys having that. But like they just like heat up a hot dog in the microwave for lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy.
Standard, right?
And you can eat a hot dog cold.
That's
if you
it.
want
Bet
to.
you can. You know, here's the thing. Let's go to the phones first.
Okay.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Nick. Nick, what's your broke-ass, best-ass meal?
Fried eggs and white rice. Salt and pepper.
Fried eggs and white rice?
That almost sounds like something off a
Over
Chinese
easy.
menu.
Over easy, so you get a little orange. So you
With
put some orange on
the
there.
rice. I bet that's good.
I've done scrambled. I remember scrambled eggs and rice as a kid. I don't know if I like it fried. I'm out, Nick. I'm out on your broke-ass, best-ass.
No, you just put it on top of the rice and eat
Yeah,
it.
well, I guess we didn't all have Duffy money for scrambling, but
Being able
Hey,
to
Duffy's
afford
didn't have Duffy money.
Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I can eat rice with anything. The rice is another one, man.
Yeah, rice is cheap. It's easy.
And you can add it to anything.
But here's the problem with all of these things that we're bringing up.
What's that?
All of these broke-ass meals, as delicious as they sound, are terrible for you.
Right.
Hot dogs and potatoes, rice
Yeah, it's
and
not
eggs.
the
Bologna.
health conscious choice.
And being broke 30 years ago was so much easier because there wasn't the pressure, if you have kids, to
Yeah.
feed your kids the right food. Like the stuff my parents fed us just to get by. We had beef and skinny noodles. It was just ground beef, skinny noodles, and salt. There was grated potato dumplings. It was just dumplings, flour, potato grated flour, boil it. We did the evening French toast, which I loved. But it was so bad for us.
Yeah.
Yet my parents never had anyone telling them, you're doing terrible things to your kid, which is if you're a parent now and your kid goes to school and says, yeah, last night we had cereal for dinner and the night before we had hot dogs, onions, and potatoes, someone's going to be like, ooh, that's alarming.
But the other problem is like the healthier food, it's going to be more expensive.
Yes.
And it's going to be less filling.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to fill a kid up. You're sort of a growing-ass man up. Steamed broccoli and a piece of chicken ain't going to do it. But
You know what I remember having all the time as a kid, and I don't know if kids are still into this or if this was just really popular when we were young, Jell-O.
for dinner?
Not for dinner, but just like as like a snack, like.
Jell-O is so nasty.
But I remember having it all the time as a kid. Like our parents would make like those Jell-O jigglers. Or
Jell-O
like,
jigglers were big back in the day. Well, like our parents did whatever Bill Cosby told them to do, which in retrospect.
But like that was kind of like one of those cheap things that had no really nutritional value to it. But our
Right.
parents like, yeah, just go eat a bunch of Jell-O, you'll be fine.
Ugh.
Yeah, my kids asked for Jell-O a couple
They
weeks
do?
ago, and we got it, and they haven't asked for
don't-
Jell-O
Yeah.
since.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
We got Facebook messages coming in. We got messages on Instagram coming in. Andrew, keep alive, doesn't matter. Andrew writes us beans and rice. So here's the thing.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If you
Very Caribbean.
okay, yeah, but I can't make beans and rice. My wife makes an unbelievable beans and rice.
Yeah. But they sell them already prepackaged.
It's not the same.
Well, bro,
What do you Zatarans? Zatarans is not cheap.
it's
not
not
as cheap.
bad,
It's
though.
not as cheap as you think.
But even Wegmans has their own brand of that stuff.
Wegmans beans and rice.
Yes. Bro, they do their research.
Yeah, no. I hear they send everybody to the Caribbean to learn how to put beans and
You
rice in a
don't think they
box.
go on Danny's yacht down the Caribbean and learn how to do some beans and rice?
No, there are some cultures that do broke food way better.
Well, yeah, they can stretch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, look, there's a lot of anything with potato stretches, so
Mm-hmm.
the Irish are good at doing that. You're right. You bring up the Caribbean stuff with the beans and the rice
And
and the
most of your
cheaper
base
meats.
Italian stuff is pretty, it's just noodles and sauce.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
You know?
We got Facebook messages coming in. Brett writes us.
Brett. When has Brett ever been broke?
I don't know. Brett the Hitman Hart went through some rough times, right?
That his actual name?
I don't know.
right.
Brett writes, we make pizza toast, sauce and a sprinkle of cheese on a piece of toast from the bakery clearance stores. God, I miss those. The toppings were whatever we had in the fridge or the pantry, lots of canned mushrooms. I still make it for myself when I'm home alone. That sounds good.
All right.
Pizza toast?
Not bad.
It's a little piece of pizza.
All right.
I do love canned mushrooms. There's something about whatever the mushrooms sit in that makes them taste
Well,
better.
they just sit in more mushrooms.
No, but like, what's the liquid in the canned mushrooms?
I think it's just a mushroom brine or something.
Mushroom brine that comes naturally in the mushroom, you idiot.
I think it oozes out of the mushroom when it's sitting in a can.
If you tell me you can have something with fresh mushrooms from the garden or a can of mushrooms, I'm taking canned
I go
mushrooms.
fresh all the time.
No way. I want my mushrooms and my cheese from a can. Mike writes, Duffy, I heard you talk about chip beef on toast. My dad was in the Navy. That was a big-time part of our diet and made it a bunch. I made it a bunch when I had my first apartment with no money. Do most people know chip beef on toast?
Like the corned beef and hash type of thing
Nope.
that comes out of the can?
No. That's delicious, too.
The
and
chip
cheap.
beef is it's very dried.
It's a dried out beef.
Right.
There's like this dehydrated cream that you add water to.
Right,
and you
right.
put it over a piece of toast, and it's really salty. It is so good.
You like that stuff?
I love chip beef on toast.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why? Why is that of interest to you?
Bro, I got this new little discount kiosk.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Where you can stretch your money.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Salty Creamy, direct from the can to your mouth sauce.
I really want chip beef on toast, though. I'm afraid my wife. I'm afraid it's so busted. My wife won't know how to make it right.
But the other problem is when you eat stuff like that, you're gonna drink a gallon of water afterwards because you've had so much salt in your body.
Bro, I don't want to know what all of the chip beef on toast I ate as a kid has done to my body.
Oh, it tears it up.
It can't be good.
It's got to rip a hole in your colon.
252 WCMF. We're talking about your best broke-ass dinners, coming off of this statement on CNBC from the CEO of Kellogg's going, hey, if you don't have enough money for groceries, eat cereal for dinner. Bob's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Bobo, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I'm about Tommy's age, and when I would go to my grandma's house as a kid, we would have what she called a depression sandwich. It's basically bread and butter, and you sprinkle a little sugar on it. Because in the 20s, that's all they had.
So bread, butter, and sugar.
Why were you eating it?
A little bit, sprinkle a little sugar on it, and it was called a depression sandwich. That's what she called it.
So she would make this for you?
Yeah.
But it was the 1960s.
No, she was born. She was in the
No, but
20s.
she was
How
making
that-
it for you in the
that-
1960s.
The depression was over.
Yeah, long gone.
Exactly. But that was, we would go over there and she would, make it for us.
Your grandmother didn't want you around.
No, but
that's true.
to Bob's point, Bob, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
I don't want a sugar and butter sandwich.
But I guess so as a kid, that's what you enjoy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's your kind of your
Yeah.
norm.
I mean, that was cinnamon
But
toast
how
when I was
bad
a
is
kid.
that for you?
Yeah, it's not good. But, you bring up the depression. My great-grandparents grew up in the depression.
Yeah, mine too.
When I would go over to their house, she saved tinfoil till the day she died.
So did my mother. I don't
Folded it
get
up.
it.
Yeah. She would wash it, put it away. And she would make these massive, gigantic meals that looked like they cost a fortune, and she'd be rinsing the tinfoil.
Yeah, it is gross.
I want all of this busted food we're talking about.
A nice
I mean,
butter
you can
sandwich.
have it.
Well, no, I don't even know.
A lot of it's still, you can go find it if you want.
Do they still sell chip beef on toast?
I think they still sell that stuff in
Yeah,
a can.
and-
A dried beef, you could probably.
I remember it coming in a package, like a paper
yeah,
package.
I remember it would be like in a glass jar where you could see it.
Yeah. No, I want to put it all together myself.
Okay.
Yeah, use my American hands to make my American chip beef on toast. All right, let's take a break. All right, look, we got to say up front, we do not know why this woman was arrested for the allegations she's facing.
Okay.
We have no idea.
Yeah.
But when you hear the details, Tommy, you are going to believe you immediately know.
Oh, okay, I can put it together.
And it might be the case, but here's the thing. If it is what I know Tommy's going to think it is, cheating on your spouse, it's easier than ever to connect with someone
Yeah.
and harder than ever to get away with it. But if this woman indeed caught someone she cares about with somebody else,
Yeah.
how they would have gotten caught this way is a head scratcher.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, so we don't have the exact reason why this woman was arrested for these allegations,
All right.
but I'm sure, Tommy, you think you will know right away.
I'm going to crack the case, baby.
Well, an angry woman doing this at a local hotel, as far as some people are concerned, can mean only one thing.
What?
What's interesting about this, however, if folks are stepping out on their partner, there are lots of ways to get caught. In person seems to be the least likely way.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. The Buffalo Sabers announced yesterday they are making much-needed improvements to their arena.
Oh.
One of them fans were over the moon about.
What are they going to do?
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
The second thing they announced, why did you feel the need to announce you were doing this?
Oh.
Does anybody care? Was anybody like, you know what, I'm not going to the arena? This.
All right.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us, Tommy, from Seneca Falls. Starts with the police being called to a hotel for reports of a woman making a scene. That's where police say they found that 48-year-old woman banging on a door.
Okay.
Busted at the No-Tell Motel.
That situation was settled down, and everyone went home. That is, except for that woman.
Yeah.
Because later, it was discovered, according to authorities, the woman had caused damage to someone's car in the parking lot. They say she scratched it. We don't know how she scratched it. We don't know if she wrote any words in it.
Oh, you know there were some words in it.
The 48-year-old woman was arrested. She was charged with criminal mischief. There has also been an order of protection issued against her. So, Tommy,
Yeah.
when you hear all the details of these allegations, your first thought is...
There's only one. There's only one conclusion.
What's that?
Somebody cheating.
Okay. And it's at this point, we have to remind everyone we have no idea what happened here. In fact, these are just allegations.
Country
Woman,
messing in a country motel.
it could be cheating. It could be something else. Who knows, Tommy? But in a hypothetical situation similar to this one,
Yeah.
if it was cheating,
Yeah.
the story's a little bit strange. Because, like, back in the day, you could see this happening,
Yeah.
right?
Happen all the time.
Catching someone in the act. But nowadays, catching someone in the act of cheating seems rare. In
Well, you
fact,
still only have many options when you're actually going to get together.
what do you mean?
Like, I got to understand meeting, talking and communicating, but if you're actually going to bang midday, where are you going?
Okay. Go ahead.
I would think you'd be more likely to get caught in person because you're leaving probably more evidence behind as to where you'll be.
See, that's why I think you're the least likely to get caught.
Okay.
And stay with me here. If you are going to cheat on a spouse, like Kimmy said, you're going to leave a trail, right?
An electronic trail.
Yeah.
And
There
it'd
are
be easier to discover.
messages on apps and emails, texts that can get traced even if you think you're deleting them,
Yeah.
things that can get left in cars that'll blow you in, etc., right? The folks that get busted almost always get caught that way. And what I'm getting at is if your spouse, your partner, catches you with text messages or Facebook messages, odds are they're going to find out about it before you either end up in the hotel or
Okay.
after you ended up in the hotel.
And they're not going to sit on it. They're going to get it right away.
Exactly. Think about the things that would have to line up for someone who catch a spouse cheating outside of their home while they were in the middle of it. That person would have to stumble upon those messages in the moment that you were on the way to the hotel to cheat on that person. They would know where you're going. They would meet you there while you're in the throngs of passion.
Right.
It seems almost impossible for that to happen. If someone's going to get caught cheating, it's going to be through the evidence that they leave, not while they're cheating. And there are only a handful of ways even catching someone in the act would be possible. One, the one we just brought up, they
Right.
find the message while it's happening. Two, the person being cheated on follows their partner because they were suspicious.
Okay.
I guess that could happen. Or three, someone that they know, the person being cheated on, works at the hotel or around the hotel and saw your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend
Could happen.
walking in wherever they were.
Yeah.
And that could be the most likely, getting busted by a mutual friend or an acquaintance.
Yeah. Word of mouth.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If, let's say you're driving back to Pittsburgh today, and you see my wife getting out of her car, middle of the day, at the Del Monte Hotel, right? You know she's supposed to be seeing patients.
Yeah.
I'm at home taking my nap, blissfully unaware that my wife could be doing something. Would you tell me?
No. I mean, I figure she's probably going to the spa or something.
You would need like hard evidence
Yeah.
to actually say something.
Like I saw, yeah. No, I wouldn't
Okay.
think it's. I wouldn't think it's
Yeah.
anything suspicious.
All right, so I come in the next
I
day.
get it, but
So I come in the next day and go,
Running
oh,
your
man.
goddamn mouth all the time. Everything's a big goddamn joke. No, I wouldn't say anything.
You wouldn't. Wait, you're going to see. You see my spouse walking.
But there's no evidence. Let's
say it's a different hotel. Let's say it's a Courtyard Marriott. No spa attached.
Courtyard's a little different story.
You drive by the hotel. You see my wife walking in. She's got big old sunglasses on. She's darting her face back and forth. You telling me? You son of a bitch. After all we've been through, you're not going to tell me?
I mean, I would have to tell you. Oh, man, it's such a...
No, you wouldn't. You're not going to tell me.
I mean, I've never had this experience. You know, I mean, I've had buddies that cheated on their wives, and I was friends with both couples, and I just kept my mouth shut.
Sure.
Knowing full well that this woman was getting cheated on, and I would literally sit at her dinner table and have dinner and hang out.
Are you trying to look like the biggest piece of crap possible?
Yes.
Okay.
But I can't... I guess I would have to tell you, but man, it'd be so awkward. I mean, it's never happened to me.
Okay, you would not tell me. I could tell by the look
No,
on your
I would
face
tell
right
you.
now.
I would have to-
Absolutely. You terrible friend, son of a bitch.
I tell you what, though, I would go through some channels first.
What do you mean?
I would talk to you.
Oh, like you.
Wait, you're going to make it worse? You're going to spread rumors before I find out?
Not rumors.
You're saying
I
get
can't.
advice.
I'm not going to tell my wife.
Okay.
Because my wife and your wife are friends, and I don't want to go down that road.
Okay.
Because I don't even know how that's going to go.
Gotcha.
Because first of all, she's just going to defend your wife.
Well, I got cheated on.
No, she's going to say she wasn't cheating. She's going to say, no, that's not what you saw.
Yeah, no, there was probably a puppet show in that hotel that afternoon that she was really interested in.
I think I would talk to Kimmy first.
Okay.
And then I would talk to you.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Same situation. You see my wife walking in.
I was going to say, I think it would make more sense for me to talk to you than you to talk to me. You've known him longer than I have.
Yeah.
I could understand, like, seeking your advice on would this be weird.
But this is such a, this is like, you're really, this is such a delicate thing. Because
Yeah.
let's say you're wrong.
Yeah.
And then
I don't want to accuse anybody of something.
nobody's going to like you.
Plant a seed.
You're not going to like me, and your wife's not going to like me. Like, I made 2 enemies in one afternoon.
All right, first of all, you don't have to worry about us not liking you eventually. Second of all, I'm not going to go to my wife and be like, Tommy said he saw.
No, but she's going to, but even so, because let's say I say I think your wife is out cheating on you.
Gallivanting.
And then you find out irrefutably it wasn't.
Okay.
Then you're going to come back, what the hell, what do you think? What did you think you saw? Because it would come back to me saying, I'm an idiot. I was wrong. You read too much into it.
I wouldn't. No, I would appreciate you looking out for me.
Yeah, that's how that always goes.
We've known each other long enough where I wouldn't get upset, you bitch. How dare you make me think my wife is cheating on me? 252 WCMF 252-9263. And this whole discussion gets us to a finer point. Again, we're talking about this woman, happened just east of us, 48 years old. Police were called to a local hotel for reports of her banging on a door and not leaving.
Yeah.
After everything got settled down, police left, and according to police, she didn't. They say that she scratched somebody's car in the parking lot. She was arrested, charged for criminal mischief. There's also an order of protection issued against her. We don't know what happened, but Tommy immediately assumes somebody's messing around. We fail to realize how small our communities actually are.
Oh.
Like, for example, this story happened in Seneca Falls, very tiny place.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
But
Country
even,
town.
But even in the greater Rochester area, if you were to go to a hotel with someone that was not your partner, even in a town you didn't live in, the odds that someone you know or someone your partner knows sees you at some point is ridiculously high, higher than you could imagine. Because, like, think of all the people who, first of all, work in hotels, right? Like, the folks working the front desk, you got the maintenance people there, you got folks working, doing construction, coming in and out all the time, you got delivery drivers, Uber drivers, food delivery people, and hell, just your car being in the parking lot.
Yeah, but and hotels are normally in busy areas on top of that.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, how about my student was an honor student at Pittsford Mendon is the one that blows up your marriage?
I know.
And
Like, usually you say, if you're going to cheat, get out of town.
Let's not help people.
Oh, for God's sake, because nobody figured
Yeah,
that
but
out.
but go ahead.
I busted my neighbor
Right.
in Ellicottville in the middle of the day on a fluke. We went down there for a visit, and there's my neighbor with some other chick on the back of his motorcycle.
Did you say something?
No, like, he looked at me, and I looked at him. Like, we both were, like, stunned, like, oh, my God. Because that 8-year-old lady, man, she don't dress like that.
That was your first thought?
She had so much summer skin, bro.
It's a Death Cab for Cutie song, and you ruined it for me.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh. Summer skin?
Summer Skin. Well, no, it's not about that.
Oh.
It's a nice, sad, quaint song. You ruined it.
Not cheating in Ellicottville?
Kimmy, would you want to know if Tommy or I saw your husband walking into a hotel in the middle of the day?
I think so.
No
yeah.
shirt on, big old fire pants, suspenders.
Was he seeing you?
Yeah, I'm pulling in too, baby. So you would want us to tell you?
Yeah, I guess I'd want to know. Well, because even if you told me, like, let's say you saw my husband, I don't think it would be a bad thing to say I saw your husband here, because if I knew about it, I'd be like, oh, how is he?
It still
How is he?
But it would still be an extremely awkward conversation, right?
No, but you could just start it off by saying, it's not even like you would start it off like, I think he's cheating. You just say, I ran into your husband at so-and-so.
Okay,
No,
just
I
saying
saw
that.
him.
Like I drove by and here comes,
okay.
Omaha Beef walking in. You're not there,
But
middle of the day.
you know what's weird though, is if I saw your wife out somewhere, I'd be like, oh, I saw your wife that would just be a natural thing for me to come in and tell you I saw your wife out somewhere.
So you wouldn't be suspicious if my wife was in a town that I don't live in, walking into a hotel in the middle of the day. That wouldn't even register.
Big sunglasses looking around.
I don't think it would.
Like if I saw your husband,
Yeah.
I would have to first, because usually like you leave the room for a little bit in the morning.
Yeah. I know.
I would have to tell you first.
No, do not throw that hot potato at me. I want no part of that.
That is true. The second you bring somebody else into it, it's now their problem too. You have to consider
But
that.
I have to talk to somebody. I got to float this out there first because it's such potential dynamite. I got to see how this thing.
No, you're just trying to drag me down with you, man.
No,
because I know how you be. Because you did this to someone we used to work with. You go, I think this is a problem. I think you should talk to him about it. Then you take vacation. And then you call the show and say it and hang up, and I got to deal with that landmine.
You're right. But, you live and learn. But I think now, because who else can I tell?
You should just talk to her.
I don't want to. I got to rehearse it, man. I got to talk to. I got to get somebody else's opinion.
But
it can only be you.
But let's say you get somebody else's opinion and you both decide to do two different things. Like, let's say you say, nah, on second thought, I'm not going to say anything. Well, now Pat feels that guilt. He wants to say something.
But I'm also looking for an out.
And he's going to tell me, and he'll be like, I heard it from Tommy first, and I'm going to be pissed at you because you didn't tell me first.
I'd 100% blow you in, too.
But I'm also looking for an out to not tell you.
No,
but I'm going to know that you knew.
And I'm not the guy to come to for an out.
Because you're the only person I could do that to because I can't tell my wife because my wife said, you have to tell her. Right? You've got to do the right thing.
Why are you making fun of your wife in a voice like that to do the right thing?
No, but I mean, she's going to
That man's bleeding. You have to put pressure on that bleeding.
She'll force my hand. And with you, you're not going to force my hand.
I will force your hand.
No, because, you and I have known people that have done this.
Look at me in the face. If you were to tell me that Kimmy's husband was walking into a hotel in the middle of the day, big-ass sunglasses, darting around, I would tell you, you have to tell her. So don't tell me.
But what if I say, he's messing, but, How about once okay, 2 times go away?
How do you know that's the first time?
It looked like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he had a big sign cheating for the first time.
Well, he had on big glasses. He was looking around.
What's funny is we have this discussion. What makes it even more dicey, getting recognized by someone doing something you shouldn't on your spouse. The person who spots you can get instant proof and share it with your partner in that moment.
Oh, you can't do that.
No, you can. I mean, you can take a picture or a video. There are people that have been busted that way.
But that's like you're a private detective now.
Tommy, people love that kind of drama.
Yeah, I know, but there's just no way I'm taking a picture of your wife or your husband like that.
And I'd be afraid somebody would be like, that's fake, or that's an old picture, or you know what I mean?
You're
like
fake news.
AI.
I mean, there are people that would be in denial about it, and I think would have a hard time accepting that evidence.
Okay. I both know that there are people in our lives. Now, we wouldn't do it to each other because it's so dicey, but if you saw someone else's, I don't know, ancillary to this show, right? Spouse walking into a hotel, you would absolutely whip your phone out and take a video just to show me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or if they were at a bar and somebody else had their hands on them, here comes the camera, click, click, click. Oh, yeah. So don't sit here and pretend you're too good for that.
I'm going like Lady Di paparazzi on a scooter.
Probably could have gone with a different reference.
Oh, my God. What, too soon?
Too soon,
oh,
man.
Oh, my God. It's been 20 years.
The point I'm getting at with the pictures and the videos, right? Like your dad, for example, never had to worry about that.
Oh, had it made.
Even if someone your mother knew saw him walking out of a hotel, arm around a woman, making out with her in the filthiest way possible, when he got home and was confronted, he could tell your mom, wasn't me.
Right.
Was not me. That person was mistaken. It must have been somebody else. And there was no way your mother could have been proven wrong.
Right.
What's funny is like with the way we're all connected now, right now is the easiest time in human history, if you wanted to cheat on someone. It is also, at the same time, the easiest time ever to get caught cheating on someone.
So I wonder if cheating's down.
No, remember we had a study the other day that said cheating was at the highest point it's ever been in American history,
Wow.
but it was a self-reported study, and like we said, people in the 60s weren't as open with what they were doing.
Yeah.
So who knows?
The guys had like side families that were famous
That's how good the economy was. You could support 2 families.
on one cheating income.
All right, let's take a break. The stands at the KeyBank Center, where the Buffalo Sabres play, have not been as full lately as they have in the past.
Well, they're sucking, right?
Okay, the team is not good. That's problem one. The game day experience is now terrible because the arena has been falling apart.
Well, it's not that old of an arena, right?
It's older than you think.
All right.
We'll get to it. But to try and bring people back, the Sabres changed a couple of things this year with the food menu. It's fantastic. And they announced 2 major projects that will be kicking off next season.
Okay.
One of them has fans over the moon. The second one, why did you feel the need to tell us you were doing this?
Okay.
It's almost like they were like, and this, 2 things, guys. We'll tell you what they are next to the break room on CMF. one of these things is going to be a nice new touch for fans that are headed out to this arena next season.
You got to be loving it,
Well,
big
yeah.
hockey boy.
I'm excited about it. The other thing, why would you tell us this? Who cares?
Oh, man, you're not going to see it?
I mean, you'll see it, I guess.
But you're not going to enjoy it?
It does nothing for me. I mean, it needs to exist. It's not fun.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the Buffalo Sabres announced yesterday improvements to Key Bank Arena that'll be coming next season. And it's something, Tommy, that's been needed for a while.
See, the place is falling apart?
Tommy, the game day experience the last few years has been awful.
Yeah.
You combine that with how poorly the Sabres have been playing for the last decade, and folks have stopped coming out. So the big news that got people excited yesterday,
What they get?
the Sabres are getting a new center ice video scoreboard.
Okay.
State of the art.
Yeah.
Much bigger. They're going to have the little screens underneath for the bottom rows. That's like the new touch.
Okay.
According to the report yesterday, it's modeled after what the Maple Leafs have in Toronto. That looks really cool.
The nice fancy scoreboard.
You got it. So that's big time, very exciting because that scoreboard's like 15, 20 years old that they have now.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize their scoreboard was that outdated.
Not new.
It's manual, right? Like there's little guys inside like they do at Fenway.
I think that would be more fun.
All right, watching guys fall out of to their death. Oh, we're going to overtime.
Play around him.
Does the scoreboard really change your game watching
Yeah,
experience? So, like, is that going to change you wanting to go to a game?
Yeah, my seats are rank. What do I care about the
Right.
damn board?
Well, no, I mean, yes, I think the scoreboard does. I don't know if it would. For me, no. I love
Right.
the team. It's
Yeah.
not going to change whether or not I go to the game. It could for some people.
Okay.
All right.
But the other, they said improvements.
Okay.
Right? So it's more than one.
Where they jazz it up.
The other big announcement they made yesterday, the arena is getting a new roof.
Roof.
Oh.
Getting a roof?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, now, here's the thing. Sabres fans have been demanding a new roof for the last couple of
Did
years.
it leak?
No, I'm kidding. Who cares if
Oh.
they're getting a new roof?
So
Why-
it's just a raggedy roof?
I guess. Why would you include new roof in the press release?
Well, go ahead.
I get that roof is important.
Well, you got a good roof experience. I appreciate it, a hockey game.
Has there been a Sabres fan the last 10 years who's been like, I'd go to the game and spend money on tickets
Yeah.
if they could manage to get one of them new high-tech roofs that the NHL's been seeing?
So they're not sinking any money into, like, the bathrooms, the beverages,
So
the restaurants?
It's possible that now the food and the beverages have been changed this year, and they did a great job.
Okay.
Like the food this year at the arena has been light years different than it's been the last couple of years. They do a hot dog of the night, which has been very fun.
What are your fantasies?
But I mean, Tommy, this arena, it's going to be 30 years old.
So it sounds like you need a new arena.
Yes.
And now that the Bills are getting a new stadium, they're going to start crying for theirs.
Well, but it's the same owner, so you can't really be like, well, they're getting it because you're the one who got it.
But I mean, to the
So-
state, like they're going to go to the state and go, "Hey, man, we need a new arena."
Good luck.
So I'm wondering if some of these improvements, though, are less about hockey and more about concerts and shows and things like that. Because I'm guessing, I mean, the scoreboard could really change your concert experience,
Yes.
along with like the roof and whatever they can do with that. I don't know if that also, limits shows coming to town.
You're right, but I mean, the KeyBank Center gets all of the big shows
Yeah,
that come to
right.
upstate New York, and I don't know how many music fans are going to be like, oh, I'm not going to that show because that arena
no,
sucks. If
but
it's
I-
your artist, you're going.
But it seems like maybe those would have more of an effect on that kind of a experience in there rather than the Sabres.
I don't know. It's a good question. You brought up, Tommy, the Sabres may need a new arena, which they've been arguing for the last couple of years. What makes it worse for the Sabres?
Yeah.
How well the Bills have been playing.
Oh, yeah.
Look, compared to other NFL stadiums, Highmark is at bottom of the barrel. And I love it, but it's a concrete monster with almost no amenities.
Yeah.
The food inside that stadium is god
Yeah, they said
awful.
it's deplorable.
Terrible. But season tickets are sold out because the team's so good.
Well, you got Josh Allen.
And
Thanks
that
for
success led to getting a new building.
Right.
The arena the Sabres play in, like we said, despite it being old, it's 25 years younger than Highmark Stadium.
Wow.
It was built in 96. I believe Highmark was built in 1972.
But you're saying, but the product on the ice has been subpar for 10 years?
And that's the problem. Unless the Sabres manage to go on a run over the next couple of years, talk of a new arena in Buffalo is completely pointless because when you watch the games, especially on weeknights, there are whole sections with just sprinklings
This is
of
an
fans.
empty.
Not quite empty, but
Yeah,
like there's
but-
just like a guy like, hello. Hello over there. So like there's no way that
Yeah.
the Pagulas could go to New York
Yeah.
State and say we need a new arena because there aren't people going to this arena. And it's It's a full adult male younger than the stadium they're replacing at Orchard Park.
So you're going to be stuck with this stadium for years.
It's possible unless the Sabres get good and they can manage to get the fan support behind them to build something new.
But they keep
But
getting.
even if they built something new, would they just knock this down and build a new one in its place, or would they build a new one somewhere else?
Well, you got a lot of space down in that area where you
Yeah,
can.
but what do you do with that old stadium?
The older hockey arena?
Yeah, you take it.
'Cause it's
you
right
gotta
on the
take it
water.
down.
Yeah, because that's what they did to the old Odd. The Odd was across the street from what they have now.
Do they ever take things down and then play someplace else and put the same stadium back?
So it has happened before, but I don't know where the Sabres would be able to play unless they played their games in Toronto, and nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Could you play like in a college?
No, not like
You wouldn't be able to.
Well, they're not drawn anyway.
Nothing around here.
So it's funny you bring this up.
Right.
The Arizona Coyotes. Here's your fun hockey fact of the day. Their lease at the arena they played in was up. They demanded a new stadium, and because nobody goes to Arizona Coyotes games, the state was like, go take a dump in a hat.
Okay.
They are currently playing at the University of Arizona College Teams Rink, which is about the size of the Policini Center at RIT.
Is it's Arizona State, right?
That's
Or
what I
is
said,
it-
right?
I think you said University.
Excuse me,
of
Arizona State.
I think.
So
yeah.
what do they do with that hockey arena?
They play in it, and it seems
No, I
like
mean the fancy one they had.
Do they tear it down, or is
I
it
don't
still
know what
there?
they're doing with it. It's there. They didn't want to pay to be there, so
So they just basically lost their lease and threw them out?
yeah. The Coyotes played the worst game of poker ever, being like, "Well, you have to build us a stadium," and they were like, "Nah." So they're playing in. Is it like 3,500 seats?
So
The average NHL arena seats about 18 to 20,000.
And they're playing in a college gymnasium almost,
essentially,
or a
yes.
barn.
Yes,
Wow. How humiliating.
huge.
I mean, I would think like the NHL doesn't want that, right?
You would think, but the NHL's like, "Oh no, we're really happy
All
with the
right.
situation, and we're working on getting a new
Old
stadium."
school
Yeah.
hockey.
I mean, look, it would be awesome to go watch
Yeah,
a game.
I mean that's
It's
a really unique experience.
intimate.
Because
Yeah.
you could talk to the guys and stuff.
But could you
See how
imagine?
their families are.
Could you imagine you work your whole life,
Yes.
right? Because we know a couple of guys that made it to the show, right? The Gianta brothers, Ryan Callahan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you work your whole life, you sacrifice, only to end up in Arizona playing in an arena that's probably smaller than where you played college
Yeah.
or junior hockey.
Ooh, yeah,
They play for
that's
those big
sad.
programs, yeah.
All right, so if you're headed up to the Sabres games next season,
Bring a blanket.
enjoy your new screens and your new roof. But here's the thing, Tommy.
Yeah.
Real estate's expensive.
That's too
Building,
much.
repairing.
Yeah.
And we know that there are folks listening to this show that home ownership is impossible.
It's out of reach.
It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
That is, unless you sit and listen to what we're about to tell you.
Okay.
Because we don't have any tips on how to get a house cheaper. We
What
don't
do you
have
mean?
any way for you to scam the system.
What's the tip?
Well, there's a new business afoot.
Oh, God, how busted.
So that's what's
But
interesting.
it'll get me in a house.
You're going to get a house. You are going to get a house.
Okay.
And it's going to look like every other house.
All right. All right. Like a track housing.
Yes, it is.
What's the catch?
The catch is
Oh, there's going to be a catch.
this house is smaller than you can ever imagine. Did you see this article?
I did. Oh, my God. You could.
Did you see what people are paying for these?
No.
Hold your oh my gods.
All right.
Because you've heard of tiny houses?
Yeah.
Ho, 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 ho. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Breaking news.
What happened?
Finding a place to live is too expensive.
Oh.
Homes in Rochester cost a fortune. The rent is too damn high.
Mm-hmm.
And folks who 6 years ago would have had plenty of money to spend on a house are now completely shut out of the market.
Yeah.
So something has to be done. And one company believes they've come up with a genius idea. In fact, the numbers show they've come up with a genius idea.
It's an idea.
It's a big idea.
Well,
in a small way.
Yes.
And when we say small, dear God.
But I want to know who's living in these places. Who is living in these places?
More people than you think.
You couldn't.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Welcome to the Great Compression. With traditional-sized American homes becoming too expensive for the average American, some companies have decided to pounce on an opportunity and build homes smaller.
Yeah.
And when we say smaller,
whoa boy,
we are talking 400 to 600 square feet homes, end of sentence.
That's everything.
It's it.
Yeah.
400 to 600 square foot houses.
Trying to think of like what to compare that
All right,
to.
so if you had a standard house, 2-story, that was like 2,000 square feet, it would be roughly half of the first floor.
Yes.
But that's your entire house.
The average American home is 2,200 square feet.
Right. So what would like a big trailer be?
Okay, so I got that here.
A double wide?
Trailer can be anywhere between 800 and 2,300 square feet.
Okay,
so cut that in half.
Wow.
Half of a double wide,
So
half
it'd be
of the
a standard,
smallest double wide
So
trailer.
it'd be a standard trailer then.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe smaller.
Okay.
Depending on the size of the house. So
it's like 2 SUVs.
Oh, excuse me. Kimmy, they say, I'm sorry, I had a soda. They say that these homes easily fit on the back of flatbed trucks.
Okay.
Kimmy, you can vacuum the whole house from one outlet. And they're being built in their own subdivisions. Some of them being built among standard size homes that are already there, which makes them look hilarious.
Yeah, because if you're on a standard lot with that puny little thing.
It looks like somebody built a shed next door to their house.
Yeah.
So the homes look just like a standard size home. There's siding, there's windows, there's a garage, there's a front step. They're just scaled way down.
They look like a joke.
Yes. But it's not. There's no joke. The idea behind them is to give people who can't afford a house a place that they themselves can own.
Okay.
So you're basically living in a studio apartment, a freestanding studio apartment.
Yeah.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, I just told you that the average American home is around 2,200 square feet.
Yeah.
And right now, the average American home costs around $360,000. If you had to guess, based on what I just told you, these itty-bitty homes that folks are now buying would cost what?
70G.
Okay, that's a good guess. Kimmy, you want to guess?
120,000.
Okay.
Ooh, high.
These 400 to 600 square foot homes are selling for between $140,000 and $180,000.
God damn, man, for 400 square foot? It's like a Manhattan.
Do they come with everything you need?
I don't know.
I wonder if it comes with like the full, like the kitchen appliances.
Okay, what, you get a dorm fridge and a couch?
I don't,
by the way,
I don't
you
know what
couldn't
would fit
put
in
standard
there.
appliances in that house because you don't have the room.
So I saw the picture of the inside of one of them. It looks like it had a regular size fridge.
Well, how?
I don't know.
Because if you have a normal sized kitchen, that's going to eat up so much space. Unless it's like when when you go to an RV, like the washer and dryer, sometimes they're all in one area.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're stacked up. Mm-hmm. And I mean, if you're drunk and try to do dinner, you could really screw things up.
Why does all my laundry smell like a chicken now?
But think about this. Let's say dead of winter, right? Let's say you build one up here. But you're stuck in that house for 7 months.
You are.
And let's say, because you couldn't do it more than 2 people. It could just be a young,
Yeah.
you couldn't get your old man in that house.
I was going to say, I think it would be, you could make it work for one person. I don't know how you'd even fit 2 people's
life.
Like, where do you put your clothes, your stuff?
Okay, but we're saying all this stuff with the heads of having lived before
Yes.
the housing market.
Oh,
blew
I
up.
get the draw of wanting something like this for sure.
And that's just it. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It sounds insane.
Yes.
And it sounds almost stupid that anyone would want to do this. The company that builds them have been building around 2,000 a year for the last 3 years.
Damn.
And the developments they are putting up are selling out immediately.
So are they building like little tiny towns of these things?
Some of them are tiny towns. Some of them are homes mixed in with regular size homes that they've already built in other tracks. So, Tommy, it's something folks want.
Well, they don't want it, but this is their option.
They're paying $140,000 to $180,000 for
Which is
$400
not
to
cheap,
$600. No,
man.
I mean, Tommy, think about it this way: you could live in a place this small and still make what a lot of people are listening would have as a regular mortgage payment. Because if you purchased a starter home 6 years ago, that was $70,000, $80,000, $90,000, $100,000, your starter home mortgage would be half of what these people are paying a month for 400 to 600 square feet of house.
So how do you have like anybody over?
You don't.
Like you couldn't have people over to watch the game.
If you have a Super Bowl party, everyone has to sit on someone else's shoulders.
Unless you build like, an outside part. I mean,
But
like
then
you're going to
that's
have your own
money.
little plot of land.
No,
you
but
know?
I'm saying like it's dead of winter. You want to have people over
in
to
the
watch
middle of
the Super
winter,
Bowl.
no, you're stuck inside.
You can't even have a big screen TV.
No. Well, it would look like the biggest screen TV in the world.
I guess. So let me ask you this. Let's say you're a single guy, you're starting out, and you buy one of these because you just want to get a leg up in a game.
Sure.
Do you think if you brought a girl home to your tiny house, like you don't say nothing till you pull up, because you almost wouldn't want to say anything.
You got your own place.
You own
though.
a home.
I mean, it
Kinda.
would it be that different than bringing her back to a studio apartment?
I wouldn't be excited about that either.
No.
But I mean, it's.
But this is a house.
I would think like
It's a house that looks like a house. Like you pull up to it. There's a driveway, I'm guessing, and
under a certain age, I don't think it would be.
Our age, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, it would be
at
tough.
37, I couldn't bring a woman home to a 400 square foot house and be like, just like point to my genitals and be, let's do this thing.
yeah. You want to settle down with this over here? Tiny man, a tiny house, and tiny town.
It would make your penis look huge.
Should
252 WCMF.
have one leg out each window.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Is buying one of these homes a smart thing to do? Because the fact of the matter is, people, like you said, they're not buying this because they think it's fun. They're buying this because it's necessary.
Here's my fear. Because it's a fad, right? Because of where the economy is.
It depends. You're right. It could be a fad, and then everything goes back to normal.
And if it does, do I get stuck with something nobody wants now because people can afford starter homes? Because this is half of a starter home. No, it's a third of a starter home.
And for
It's
double
this
the price,
room
what
we're
it
sitting
was.
in.
Yes.
I'd be
no, you're right.
afraid I sink all my money and all of a sudden I've got a fancy shed.
It's a valid concern. It's a legitimately
'Cause that
valid
could
concern.
happen.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And you're a 30-year mortgage on a 400 to 600 square foot house. You would almost have to hope that it never recovers. The
Right.
housing market never recovers. But if that happens, you may not have the ability to buy a home, traditional home.
Okay.
So you're stuck in your 400 square foot house for the rest of your life. You can't have kids.
No. I could see it like, I'm surprised rich people don't buy this stuff for like cottages.
Well, those are called cottages.
Right?
Well, no,
like,
but to your point-
But like that, like they kind of look like a real house.
So I have seen this to an extent
Where?
of people buying like plots of land and putting like these, cute tiny homes in there and like making them like Airbnb complexes essentially.
All right.
But see, here's the thing, right? You bring up the tiny home thing. Again, we're talking about the story in the New York Times. It's called the Great Compression. There are now businesses building 400 to 600 square foot homes.
Well,
Like
that's a mini mansion.
That's the whole house.
Mm.
The whole house. It looks like a home. It's got the siding. It's got the windows. They're in developments. These
Yeah.
homes, because people can't afford to buy homes that are, you
Yeah.
know, homes.
Yeah.
Are costing between $140,000 and $180,000, and these developments are selling out before they start
Yeah.
building. Kimmy brought up the tiny home thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, they're tiny homes, but they're not tiny homes in the way we've known tiny homes, because the traditional tiny home involves getting a plot of land, building an itty-bitty place on your own with a blueprint, living smaller, living cheaper for much less than houses traditionally cost. This costs what a house costs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this isn't like, look at me, we're doing an adventure. This is, I'm living life miniature style.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. I guess if you are somebody that doesn't see yourself being able to afford much in the next, however many years, is it better than paying rent?
That's a good question.
Only if the market holds. If the market tanks
But
and your house is
you
worth less than
invested
you
in
owe.
something.
Are we going to talk finances here? The two, we can't add and subtract.
I mean,
or
with rent, you have
multiply.
nothing.
Yeah. But at least I have space.
Well, but you're also
Maybe.
not on the hook for 30 years with rent.
How
Right.
much more space you have renting, depending on where you're living.
And you also don't know how well these things are made. Like if they're slapping up these things in their junk, and they don't, like all of a sudden you start having all kind of problems. You got to get like miniature like guys in there to work on it.
What, a bunch of Italians are already in there? No, but some of us found out our actual size homes are just slapped together.
Yeah, they slapped together.
I mean,
And these do sound slapped together.
it is very strange. And it's an interesting study in humanity, Your Majesty, that people are willing to spend this kind of money really just to feel normal.
Like a homeowner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like these are tiny homes, right? But like people are willing to live the tiny home lifestyle for much more, to live in neighborhoods that are closer to the world, in school districts, around the corner from the grocery store, to be able to stand on a lawn with a hose and say, I own this.
Like you can wash your whole house in about 5 minutes.
But
you'd be afraid like getting your wife pregnant.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That would be a legitimate concern because now you got to hang the baby out the window in a cage like they did in the 20s.
I wonder, though, if these homes, like let's say you invest in this and you decide, like you realize like this is probably where I'm going to spend a long time. I mean, I guess like there is always like that ability maybe to add on to it, or like that's just like a starting point of a home.
If you could add on to it, you could double the size of your house for what people normally put an addition on their house.
Yeah.
How about this? You couldn't have a standard pet. That would be the pet would take up such a large percentage of your living space.
And we talked about how expensive doggy daycare is, so that's wiping out your mortgage budget, right? Look, I know this is all that some folks can afford.
Yeah.
And I get the draw of feeling like you've accomplished something and like you are part of society, because that's what I felt like when we bought our house. Like it was the proudest moment of my life.
Sure.
But like, Tommy, this does kind of feel like one of those home ownership is what millionaires do, and I want that. Like it almost has like a multi-level marketing feel to it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the person who buys a house like this is the same person who writes you on Facebook about the shakes that they're selling. You got to get in on the ground floor because you're going to make some money.
Oh, your multi-level marketing?
Yeah, exactly.
I also get the draw, though, to, just wanting to get out of an apartment or something like this and having your own little bit of land. You know what I mean?
Of land.
It'd be the first time parents wouldn't brag about their kids buying a house.
I think I would still brag about my kid.
Yeah, my kid's got himself a nice mini house out there by the parkway. Oh, it's sweet, man. 4,000 square foot. And it's all his. Every itty bit of it. We'd like to go over there, but, we just look in through the window and talk to him.
252 WCMF. No, we've all lived in tiny apartments.
Yeah.
This man has lived in a tiny home. Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. So, like, when I was around 30, I rented my whole life, but it drove the landlord where I was just drove me to, like, I'm never going to rent again. So I bought a little cottage at Silver Lake here, and I can't believe the price you're saying people are paying for that, because I'm thinking this was like 98. I bought it for like $25,000.
I know, man. It's nuts.
But this was somebody's cottage on a lake, right?
Yeah, it was the guy I bought it from. He just went there once in a while with his family. But, I mean, it was perfect for me because it took me like 4 minutes to mow the lawn and like 8 minutes to clean the entire house. So I was a single dad, so it was all I could afford.
No, I get. How big was that house? Do you remember?
It was about what you're talking about. I had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room.
And you bought it, and then you sold it.
I bought it, and then it burnt down.
Didn't see that coming.
It was like 5 years later, but I had a cat, and it chewed through a cord, and it started the whole house on fire. But now I live in 4 acres, and I got a 4-bedroom, 2-story house, and it's a pain in the butt to mow and to clean. And
well, it's funny. I mean, well, first of all, the only good thing about Skyler's tiny house burning is it was over in 45 seconds. Yeah. But like Skyler, I'm with you though. Like, I like having the space.
Yeah.
I like having the fact that, room for my kids to go out and play and everything. But Skyler, there is a draw to living simply and not having all that stuff and all that responsibility.
Yeah. But you need enough to exist.
On my day off, I'm done doing what I got to do around the house by noon, and you actually have a day off,
I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Just working for the man. Well, you are your own man, so good for you, Skyler.
That's right, brother.
Have a good day, buddy. Good to talk to you.
See ya.
All right, take care. There goes Skyler. Like, man, I'm all about simple as possible.
Yeah.
You know how I hate doing everything around my house, but not for $140,000 to $180,000.
And you can't get if you get into an argument with your wife, where do you go?
The neighbors.
You'd have to, right?
Hey, Dave, are you home? No. Can I come over and just lock myself in your house?
Like, you're going to be face to face all day.
Yeah. Like, how do you get a king size bed in there?
You don't.
You don't.
You kidding?
Yeah, you
Well, I'm not
can't.
sleeping then.
So you'd have to go with like a twin?
No, you could probably get a queen in there.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't think so.
You can't have unless you.
Have you seen pictures of it?
So I just know what 400 square feet looks like compared to my house.
Yeah.
That'd be half of the first floor of my house in Webster.
You bought a house. Oh, Webster. Damn.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think like, but you got to put everything in there.
Do they have like? They'll put like a bedroom in like a loft area.
It does look
above.
like a loft, yeah.
So
Right.
like they do have like that extra.
But you ain't
space.
getting anything big in a loft that size.
You know what's
I
funny?
think you'd be surprised how they've organized these things to fit what they think people want in there.
I just
you know
don't
what
want to
I mean?
take a ladder to my bed.
That's kind of fun. It's
That
like
actually, to
Navy.
your point, that would make me the most nervous. Out of the whole living situation, I would not love climbing that ladder every night.
How about that? Drunk going up,
Yeah.
hungover coming down.
Just being groggy in the morning and trying to work your way down that ladder.
So the ones I saw, it looked like they had bedrooms on the first floor. It didn't look like there was a second story. It looked like it was just like a crawl space attic area. Because
Yeah.
they said you can vacuum the whole house from
With
one
one
outlet.
cord,
Yes, one outlet. You know, I find it funny, before we move on here, you're the one making the biggest stink about this, Tommy, bitching the most about the situation. You're the only one in this room that could comfortably live in a 400 square foot house.
Yes, I could. But alone.
Because for you,
You're
that would
very
be like a
organized.
1,500 square foot house.
Tommy's little mini mansion.
Like you would look like you're standing outside a standard American home. All right, let's take a break. So, if you need money to buy a house, there are a
Yeah.
couple of ways to do it.
Well, you got to go to the bank.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, but you have to have a good job to go to the bank,
yeah,
right?
you
So
do.
you got to work a little harder, maybe find a better job. Or you could win a whole bunch of money on a game show.
Okay, good luck with that.
Well, one woman.
Was she hit?
Well, we don't know what happened. We do not know how this ended.
Yeah.
But this story, there's more than it seems, because there's a woman from Rochester who has shown up on the greatest daytime game show in the history of America.
Wow.
Yes. And she made it to the stage.
Damn.
But the fact that she, and not the person she was with, got up there on this day of all days would bother the hell out of me.
Okay.
If I'm this dude, I'm out of my mind.
Oh, really?
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a bucket list moment for everyone over a certain age.
Oh, okay.
And when you were homesick from school or from work watching this show, you scream the answers at the TV and you crush the people who couldn't get it right.
Yeah.
One local woman was able to live that dream this week.
Wow.
But it may have been at the expense of someone she loved. And you got to wonder if this is your relationship, if it could actually do more damage than it being a fun story to tell people down the road. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. It's official. The Eclipse is now a Rochester event.
I thought it already was.
Oh, no, it was. But now it's like an officially ours event.
Are we stepping up?
3 breweries have gotten together to put something on the table for you to enjoy while the Eclipse is happening.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. This week, a Rochester native found her way onto The Price is Right.
Fantastic.
Jacqueline made it from the audience onto the stage to bid for a chance to stand up next to Drew Carey.
Okay.
And wouldn't you know, out of the 4 sitting at the podium, she made it.
Good luck, everybody. Actual retail price, $760.
So she gets to get up?
She's up there! Ding, 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 ding. She's running up. She's all excited.
Oh, yeah.
Drew Carey's like, okay, let's get on with this.
Nice to meet you. What's going on? You can't keep calm. It's my husband's birthday. Yes! Is your husband here?
My husband is here.
So he's standing up. He's waving all excited. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
We don't know how she did.
Oh.
I haven't been able to find it. I haven't been able to find it. But, I mean, look, it's big time stuff for the Brown family, right? Jacqueline's up there with her husband. It's his birthday. She made it on stage to The Price is Right.
Now, if you make it on stage, you get that prize that you bid on, right?
No, you have to get the exact amount to win that prize, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? Okay. See, I thought you won if you got on stage.
It could be the way. It could have changed. That's the way it used to be. Look,
Okay.
I am well-versed on the
So you can
rules of
walk away
Price
with
is Right.
nothing if you get on stage.
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay. So like we said, we don't know how she did. We couldn't find the results. Obviously, we hope she did really well. But Tommy, I want to talk you through a scenario.
What happened?
Now, obviously, both you and Kimmy think you'd do great on The Price is Right if you got up there.
I think so.
Okay. Everybody does. Tommy, you go to The Price is Right with your wife.
Yeah.
Your spouse gets up there instead of you. Once in 100 lifetimes moment.
Yeah.
And your wife blows it. They make the wrong call.
Yeah.
They leave with nothing. They do terrible spinning the wheel. And you and your wife are walking out of there with zero stuff. She got the chance. You didn't.
Right.
Are you pissed?
Of course. Especially if you think you knew the right answer.
Especially him, because he worked in the business. You know, it's gonna frustrate the hell out of him to watch somebody else up there doing what he thinks he's an expert at.
Kimmy, your husband gets it. You don't. He gets up there. He pukes all over himself. You walk
I'm
out
glad.
of there with nothing.
Better you than me.
Oh, really? You wouldn't be upset?
I would no, because I would be too nervous. I don't have enough confidence in my ability to play that game.
Okay.
Where I would think that I would do a better job.
I think you're alone in this. I think that most people believe if they got up on that stage, they're walking home with all of the prizes.
Because it's just shopping. And you know what I mean? It's not like I got to know the history of something. I just got to guess a price.
Even though you would proceed to tell the made-up history of whatever they showed to Drew Carey. So here's the thing. There are some big-time prizes on The Price is Right.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking cars, trips, appliances. They can get up to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000.
So you're talking a serious bank.
And fun fact, Tommy, you can take the cash equivalent of those prizes if you want.
Oh,
So
you can cash out?
Yes, you
Oh,
could be
cashing
walking out of there with a massive check to pay off debt, have some fun, stash away some money. This could be a legitimate life-changing moment.
Right, you're walking away with some green, baby.
Exactly. There is no way you would not be furious with your spouse if they blew it.
Yeah, if they let $50,000 slip away. Yeah.
They got the call. They got the opportunity. They couldn't come through. And think about the anger and the frustration you get watching strangers on The Price is Right and Jeopardy Wheel of Fortune. Now, that is your bank account up there on stage.
Yeah. I'm mad. But I can't say nothing.
By the way, it's also his birthday. She got to go up there on his birthday. That would piss me off to begin with.
And every time we have a financial problem, I still remember, like, we could have had $50,000 to fix that.
Well, you're not going to say that.
No.
You're going to think that.
But it's going to eat away at me till I go. That's one of those things I would take to the grave pissed off. You know, they say, like, you should never, and I never understood this really, never go to sleep mad.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't sleep.
I'm mad. And every time I try to go to sleep not mad, that money would pop back into my head that you froze in front of Drew Carey and we lost it.
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%.
So, according to one caller, she won the whole thing.
Hey, all right, Jacqueline. We're
Wow.
happy for Jacqueline.
Yeah, she won like the big showcase at the end.
So she scored.
Good for her, man. That's great.
So she could be looking at $60,000, $70,000 possibly.
Yeah, but even if that's my wife, I think I still might have done a little bit better.
Well, it's not better than win.
No, if you did that well, I would have done. I would have gotten the showcase up front. I would have nailed exactly what.
The only time I get frustrated watching that show is when they can't spin the wheel, or like they spin it and it doesn't go all the way around.
No.
Come on,
I'd rather it go short. Nothing pisses me off than showboat guy that wants to say it goes around like 50 times.
Over muscles.
He runs out of people to say hi to.
Yes, like I got things to do, man. Let's just get to what the number is here so I can make fun of you when it doesn't come close to a dollar.
I have not seen that show in years.
I catch it every now and then.
So
they have it at night now sometimes.
Yeah, primetime Price is Right.
Well, yeah, it's Drew Carey, so yeah. So you spin the wheel, then that's the price you bid on? I forget.
Oh, my God. I hate you so much.
I forgot.
It's a different... Okay. You get up to the dais. Like
I was standing next to Bob Barker back in the day.
All right, you start with the podium. You have to guess closest to what the price is. Okay, so you get on stage. You play the game.
Right.
You either win or you lose your game. Then there's 2 breaks. The first half contestants go up. They spin the wheel. Whoever has closest to $1 at the end...
Without going over. You can't go over.
Bingo. Moves on to the showcase. Then you got 2 people against each other in the showcase. That's when they show like,
I
a new
forgot all
car!
this. Okay. So what's the big
you
one?
call yourself a road comic? You don't know the rules of Price is Right?
So I was into porn. The price of porn. I could have done great on the price of pornography. So when it's just you and him standing there, you don't. Then that's when they whip out the big prize.
No, then it's a showcase. It's you against somebody else head up, and they
final
show 2 showcases, and you have to guess the combined price of everything that's on the stage there. The boat, the trip, the new washer and dryer, mopeds, things like that.
So I always thought at some point it was just you and him standing there for some reason.
Yeah, that's when you're playing the first game.
right.
God, what do you want? Do I need to do a whole episode of Price is Right acted out?
I think we just did.
I'll do it. I will do it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Jacqueline from Rochester made it to the stage on The Price is Right.
Can I just point something out? You sat here and I'd be so good at that. I'd be so good. We just had to explain how it works to you.
Well, once I get
you
the
don't even
gist.
know how the game works or what the game is.
Well, I know I got to know prices and stuff. I think I'm good at knowing prices.
No, you're not, because you have rich guy brain and old man brain.
Yeah,
So
because you said, and I agree with you because I do the same thing. Like, we don't look at certain, unless something is super expensive or super cheap, I don't notice.
Well, yeah, Mr. Pittsford doesn't have to look
And
at price
I feel
tags
like
when he goes to the
you
grocery
were
store.
kind of like that too.
Yeah, but I like, because I grew up with privilege, I think I know the price of big ticket items where you don't.
You're kidding me.
Like, you don't know the price of a boat.
It's not all big ticket
I know
items,
what a boat
though.
costs.
No, you don't.
It costs however much I have to spend to beat you to death to get you your boat. That's what it costs. Why don't you come over to my side of town? We'll talk. So that's great that Jacqueline won the whole effing thing, man. Good for them. Good for them. And that may have saved their relationship.
It sounded like it was on the rock.
Bro, no, I'm saying.
Because it was on his birthday, you're saying?
Yes, it's his birthday. She got chosen.
Yeah.
She didn't. Look, I'm telling you. Even
Is the old man old?
No, they look like they're in like their 40s or 50s.
Right, who cares about a man's birthday anyway?
Well, when you're on The Price is Right, you
Like they took a
you
trip
got to
on-
go with that to see if you could get on.
It's my birthday.
All right.
All right, let me ask you this.
All right.
When it comes to your spouse, and I'll ask you, but I want everyone that can hear us to think about it.
Who's that?
Do both of you, your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whoever, in your relationship, know who would be better on the show if they had the opportunity? Because let's say, Tommy, they went to your wife and they go, we'll put whoever you think's going to do best on the show. Who would she say?
Me.
Your wife would be 100% better.
No, but she wouldn't go on stage.
Oh, she would just be.
Oh,
she'd be
too
paralyzed.
shy. Okay.
She'd be paralyzed, man. And self-admitted, it's me.
But when it
Daddy's
comes...
getting up there and bringing home the big bacon.
But if you could play in the privacy of your own home.
Like, bro, she
would still score. Well, she's a good shopper.
No, she price checks everything.
You
she
say
knows
like
but
she's pretty
she only
budget
buys
conscious.
on sale, so she may not know retail.
Oh. No, you would have to know the retail, though, to know you're getting a good deal.
All right.
Ah.
Okay, all right.
She would be better than you.
Yeah, but she's never going to get up there and do it. So you're going to have to rely on Big Daddy.
But would you, okay, so you're up there, you get the call, and you know how all the audience shouts at you what they think you should go with? Are you looking at her for her advice? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Higher, lower. Okay, if you take her advice
Yeah.
and she blows it.
I'm mad.
But that's you. It's your call. You
I know,
made the
but I'm
call.
mad. Come on, man. You're
Knew I
supposed
should
to
have
know
listened
this.
to the guy in the front row.
I'm not even looking at my wife. I am not even
No?
looking at I'm going solo on this
All
one. I'm
right.
flying rogue, baby. I'm
Right.
winning us the big stuff. And if I do pull it off, I'm going to remind her every day for the rest of her life, I did this.
That should work out well.
Oh, Liz says man who's going to look at his wife, she's going to blow it, and you're going to hate her forever. Like, here's the thing, Kimmy. If your husband had to make the call, who would he put on stage?
I think he's the one he'll like tell me the weirdest facts about how much stuff costs. Like like if he goes to one store and the price of, I don't know, that tomato was $1.50 and it's 20 cents cheaper at the other place. Like, he'll point that stuff out. I think he pays more attention to little things like that.
See, my wife and I would get into a massive argument.
About what?
Who would be better on this show? Who's going to go? Which is weird because I have way more Price is Right experience, which you just witnessed.
Well, because you were poor. Well, yeah, as a kid, that was your entertainment.
No, there's everybody's entertainment. Everybody watched The Price is Right.
Look at the things out there in Hollywood.
My wife wouldn't even know to bid $1 if everyone went way over at like the...
Oh, like strategy?
Yeah. Like, you have to have Price is Right strategy.
It is embarrassing when the person doesn't, and you're like, "Oh no, nobody told you how this works, did they?"
What's happening here? Let me ask you this, Tom.
Yeah.
So let's say your wife, she doesn't get paralyzed with fear. She's going to go up there. She's going to play this game.
Yeah.
You have an opportunity to side bet $5,000. If she does well or doesn't do well, do you bet the $5,000 that she does well?
Well, knowing how she is in front of, like, going on stage, I'd have to bet against her because I know she's going to freeze. I'd have to.
You're betting against the woman you
gotta
pledged
tell her
yourself
you
to.
did that.
Yeah, but let's say she freezes, we don't win nothing. I go, hey, by the way, I didn't believe in you, and here's $5,000. Pretty nice, right?
Would she be happy about that? I think I'd still be pissed if we won $5,000.
She'd be mad, and she'd demand all the money.
Okay.
And she'd be right at Marshall's with it.
Would you bet $5,000 on your husband and do well?
Yeah,
Against
I think so.
Against or for?
No,
I think I would bet for him. Right. He's pretty like, cool under pressure. I don't think like being on stage would get to him.
But the safer bet is to take the field and to bet against him.
Well, I don't want to do that, though.
Talking about your wife, bro.
No, but why bet then? But if I'm going to bet thinking I'm going to win $5,000, I'm going to take the field every time. I would bet against who's ever up there every time I come out a winner.
Okay, but no, that's not.
I do because the field
you really
always.
Don't know how this game works.
No, but the field when you bet
always wins, right?
All right.
Oh no, it doesn't always win, but the percentages are way higher.
So, like for example, Jackie, who was on the show from Rochester,
you would take a bath on Jackie, but the next 7 chumps you would win.
Yeah, but you would have taken a bath on your wife. Not only would you have bet against your wife, old man wife, you would have lost all that money.
Always bet the field.
Okay, except for Jackie, who crushed it.
And you could win one game and then lose the next. I mean, you have multiple chances to win.
Just saying, man.
All right.
I'm just saying, maybe have a little more faith in your spouse. Man who doesn't know the rules of Price is Right. Oh, we're so good. We're just so good. All right, I know that this Eclipse is getting nothing but coverage 24/7.
And I get a feeling now we're getting to the point where we're overthinking this.
Oh, here we go. What do you mean overthinking? You just
Because
look
every
up.
night they do another story on this thing that hasn't happened yet or what they think is going to happen.
Well, this story is a big story because this has nothing to do with what's going on in the sky. It has everything to do with what you'll be doing on the ground, possibly while it's happening.
Okay.
Because 3 of the biggest breweries in town, including our personal favorite.
But they all got together?
They got together, and they are giving you something to drink before, during, and after.
Wow.
And we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's official. It's a lock. It's done.
Okay.
The Eclipse events in Rochester will now be a massive success.
Bro, this is going to be like the Super Bowl ×3.
Well, here's how we know. Because Kimmy's rock-solid financial plan for Rochester. When you want something to be successful...
yeah, I forgot about that.
Put a brewery in.
Okay.
Well, what if I told you there were 3 breweries getting in on this?
Well, you're going to need it. They're saying we're looking at almost 1 million people coming to this
300
area.
to 500,000 people.
That's almost 1 million, Pat.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It is Tuesday. We're just a little while away, about 5-10 minutes from everybody's favorite break room game.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
What's it called, Tommy?
It's called Where Are We Brewing in the Hood?
Where are they whining? Kimmy's got her post. We'll get it ready to roll. Get your brains moving.
Okay.
We'll figure it out just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. It was announced yesterday that 3 local breweries have gotten together to make 3 separate yet paired Eclipse beers.
What's an
Teaming
Eclipse
up.
beer?
So Strange Bird Brewing,
Never heard of those
Roarbox.
guys.
Yeah,
They've been.
Kimmy wears a Strange Bird sweatshirt into the studio every
Like,
once in a
again,
while.
I've never heard of it.
Strange Bird, Roarbox, and our personal favorites, Three Heads Brewing, have joined forces to create 3 separate beers to coincide with the 3 phases of the eclipse. Strange Bird is making what they're calling the lighter side, representing the beginning of the eclipse.
Oh.
Roarbox is producing Totality, which is what it's called when the eclipse is totally
So it's a
happening.
dark beer?
It's a black lager
Okay.
for when things are totally dark. And Three Heads is producing the darker side, which is what happens when the moon is moving the other way.
Okay.
And that's an American-style steam beer.
Steam beer.
Steam beer.
Okay.
All 3 of these beers will be available starting on March 11th. And now, officially, the Eclipse is a Rochester party because we have a special beer for
Nice.
it.
So you can buy them all together? Do they come like in a pack, or,
Or
do
do
you
I
have
have
to
to buy them at the
separately?
bar?
I
Each
know.
bar?
Well, they're canned. So
Okay.
it looks like they're going to be on tap
Gotcha.
where you go. So you can get them
Gotcha.
that way. I also saw cans in the...
Well, yeah, I saw a picture of the cans.
Yeah,
That's
so
why
I'm
I was
assuming they'll
wondering.
be. If only we knew somebody at one of these breweries that could text us right now and tell us how we could get our hands on these beers.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Because you're excited about this.
Sure, yeah.
This Eclipse in a can.
Yeah.
Why did you say something?
What? Why didn't I say I don't like an eclipse? I like an eclipse in a can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
I got together with a couple of guys. We opened up our own little kiosk
I
over
bet
there.
you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
where's the kiosk?
I just got the permits for it. I'm getting into the brew game.
Okay.
Malik Evans, we just cut the ribbon and everything, so we're all set to go.
Yeah.
It's located in the men's room right down the hall.
So what's this brewery operation called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Eclipse in Your Mouth. Mouth to can to mouth.
Oh my God!
So you can go either way. It's completely street legal.
How did we end up with a human centipede?
Brew sauce.
God, gross.
I know.
Let's assume that this beer will be much better than what
Oh, I'm
Tommy's
sure it
brewing
is. I'm
is.
sure. Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, this has to bring
Oh,
back.
what do you think?
I'm not. You don't even
You
know what I'm
didn't
going to
even
ask her.
the question yet.
She's not even going to look up at the sky.
We have talked about, Kimmy,
Yeah.
how there seems to be some eclipse fatigue from Rochester residents.
Yeah, I think we're sitting in a room with one of them.
Well, every night.
These 3 beers from 3 of Rochester's favorite
Yeah.
breweries have to bring back some of the folks that were getting sick and tired of hearing about the eclipse.
Possible. Yeah, I think so.
Well, it's
Makes it
gonna be a
little more
party.
fun.
Everybody
It
wants a
makes
big
it.
party.
I wonder how many people, because when I saw like the beer, I've seen like other things that companies are doing to like, I guess, highlight the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many people are going around town and like collecting these things just as like, because they may think like it's going to be worth money someday or
Okay,
something.
I want to have a
Oh, I
break
can
about
collect
this
that.
next week.
Okay.
So let's put
All
a
right.
pin in that because you're right. There are going to be people that do that.
Yeah.
These beers, however, these 3 beers representing the 3 phases of the eclipse from the 3 most popular breweries in
Yeah.
town. It also is going to make the day more interesting because you could now, if you wanted to, have a beer that coincides with each part of the eclipse while said eclipse is happening.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if you're having a party
You
at
have
your
to drink
place.
it pretty quick though.
Well, I mean, you don't have to have an entire can.
Okay,
you can just,
sip it little by
because they
little.
look like tall cans.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
big boy cans, right? So
You
you
can
get.
stretch them out over the day, right?
Well, no, you want to do it while the eclipse is actually happening.
Oh.
Like you have the lighter side from Strange Bird while it's starting. You drink some of the Totality when it's in the middle of it.
Oh, boy.
And then when it's all wrapping up, you drink the darker side from Three Heads.
Okay.
That sounds like fun.
Sure.
We've turned the eclipse into a drinking game, which is the most Rochester
Yes,
thing
it is.
ever. You're such a bitch.
What?
Why can't you have fun?
I have my own fun.
We were just making fun of a guy that tweeted us in the break. All this doom and gloom about the price is right. You're like, yeah, that guy's a dick. Beer's here. These kiosk.
Go ahead, have your brew fun.
Million people. You know, the one thing that does suck about these like specialty beers that show up.
What's that?
Well, we can assume that these are only going to be out for a limited time.
Right.
When these are really good and they're only out for a limited time.
But then they yank them.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, who knows? Strange Bird or Rohrbox or Three Heads with the beers that they're producing, maybe stumbling upon something delicious.
Okay.
You almost have to hope it's good but not too good.
Yeah, because if you get a Jones for it, then it's gone. You're screwed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're going to be doing what you do with Genesee beer. It's seasonal. I'm going to load up on it so I can enjoy it for the rest of the wintertime.
Yeah.
Right, Kimmy? Like, with those specialty beers, limited time.
Yeah.
You want them to be good, but not so good you want it later because it's never coming back.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess like you do see like with these limited time things, like they'll come back with something similar, but it's never quite the same. So
that would piss me off.
I guess though, if people really, really like it, they might stick with it. I mean, like, you could keep it if you want. I don't see why you couldn't.
I'm gonna have Eclipse beer where there's not an Eclipse. What's the point?
Well, you just rename it something else.
Yeah, what's it not Eclipse? Stupid. Sucks.
Overblown event brew.
Wait, your mom was there? Because if somebody's overblowing,
yeah, I get it.
It's your mom. You want to talk about totality? Big old black hole filled in. Again, your mom. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Question from Rick.
Oh, what's Rick want?
Again, as we talk about these three beers being brewed by Strange Brew, Rohrbox, and Three Heads in honor of the Eclipse, Rick asks, are these breweries doing parties for the Eclipse, or is this something I have to bring to my house? It's a good
for
question.
God's sake, just go to the bar and have a drink.
What if they're
I
not?
hate these people that have brew questions. Can I have it there or can I take it home?
Well, some places are doing like actual ticketed events, so you want to make sure you know before you go.
Oh, just go down there. You got money, they'll give you a beer.
Not to mention, there are some breweries that like brew beers that are exclusive to their taps, and they don't can or bottle them. It's
Okay,
a
then
valid
stay
beer
there and
question.
have a beer question.
It's a valid beer question.
I'll just
you
stay
idiot.
at the bar and have a drink, Rick.
Why are you getting so mad?
I hate when people have follow-up questions to goddamn simplistic crap.
It's not that simplistic. We don't
It's
even.
simplistic. You walk in. Hey, what do you sell here? Here, beer. Yeah, give me a glass.
Okay, like Kimmy said.
Oh, can I? Oh, I have a couple of questions about the Eclipse related brewery.
Why is his mouth sound
Well,
like that?
because I'm so drunk, I had so many beers.
He's drunk before he got into the
Yes.
brewery. That's weird. He showed up drunk to the brewery.
Well, he walked in. He's very responsible.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF.
I'm raring to go today, buddy.
9263. Now, we talked last week about Kimmy's Star Chart, how excited she was that we can finally keep track of all the winners from where they wine in, so we would end arguments. And, of course, because we have this kind of luck in the break room, the first week we have it, for the first time in, like, months, we didn't have a winner.
Yes.
Which means someone today will enter the first star ever
Oh, wow.
onto the Where They Wine in Star Chart.
We're going to pop our star cherry.
You got it. Well, maybe. We have to have a winner. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee you get on, you call us now. You can hear the post being read by Kimmy through the phone while you're sitting on hold. It's time for Where Are They Whining?
Right.
And we do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The goal today.
What's the goal today, buddy?
Crown someone the first star champion on Kimmy's brand new, as she's holding it up in the camera. If you're watching, I love, great way to model it, Kimmy. Oh, my name's first. I'll take it. On the Where They Whinin star chart.
Okay.
We tried last week, and nobody came through.
We were starless.
Yes, we were. Much like this show for the last however many years. But it's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Because, look.
Gotta focus, man.
And Kimmy has been going out of her way to try and throw people off the
She's
set.
good. She's very deceptive.
Well, yeah.
Sneaky.
Well, I
Dishonest.
see. I do try to make it difficult. I try to pick tricky ones. But I also think that Tommy makes it worse by claiming that things happen in the post that don't actually. I really don't have to try that hard to trick anybody. It kind of just happens naturally.
Look, I will say this up front. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room game, Where They Whinin'. If you want to get in, we got one phone line open that'll guarantee you on 252 WCMF. Do not listen to Tommy's description.
Actually, just block him out entirely until he says what
You
he's
two do that
picking.
every day around here.
Yeah, and that's why things have been going much better.
Have they?
Look, he's going to invent things that come out of the post.
No, but I hear like little subtleties in the story that lead me to these stories.
If you want to believe that's what happened, that's fine. It's you making them fact over and over again, which then leads to people listening, hearing that, and thinking that's a fact in the post.
Well, if they weren't
which in
facts,
fact
how
it
is
is not.
CMF reporting this on the air?
Okay. The way this works, Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app. She's removed street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud, and there are little clues and nuances in every post that she reads.
So what do I do?
Well, you, me, everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
Listen to the post.
All right.
The post. And because everyone listening knows every stereotype about towns, villages, neighborhoods in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whinin', and we're going to do it right now. You ready, Kimmy?
Ready.
Let's do it.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whinin'!
After hearing rave reviews on blank, I finally decided to go out of my way to try it. I know it's been here for a while, but my husband and I don't break away from our normal routine much, so trying something new is rare for us. Well, this is just another reason why we don't. After ordering at the counter and still being asked to tip, I was blown away when they refused to take my cash. They told me they're a cashless business that only takes credit or debit, even for the tip. I tried to hand the girl a few singles and change, and she refused to even touch them. She claimed she was not allowed to accept it. What kind of successful business doesn't take physical money? Mark my words, this place will be gone in a year. Don't yell at me in the comments. I'm well aware this isn't the only cashless business in blank. I don't understand why accepting cash is now treated as a crime. Maybe that's why the economy is failing. Take your cash and support the long-standing family-owned businesses here instead. I know I'm not the only one who feels this way.
Okay, first of all, you wrote this post, didn't you? Did you not write this post? There are a ton of details here.
Oh,
the phone
my God,
numbers,
but they're all leading in one direction.
I'm begging you to do what you think you're going to do. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What did you hear?
All I hear right now, old musty crusties.
Okay.
They old musty crusties.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's an old couple.
Yeah, you know, my money's not good when I have to show you my ID to pay in cash.
Okay, what else are you hearing?
I'm hearing bitter.
Okay.
Pissed off about things changing.
Okay.
And stuck in their way.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm with you 100%.
So these are old people.
Okay.
But these are old insulated people. They live in an old neighborhood that ain't changed, and any change that happening ain't good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Bro, that you're describing neighborhoods in every town in the greater Rochester
But
area.
this area is infested with these so-called people.
Okay. Oh. Then where they whining, Tommy?
They's whining in your old hometown.
Oh, wait, that's not where I thought you were going.
Oh no, this is Gates all the way.
Really?
These are some old crusty ass Gates folk.
You could not be more wrong.
Their appliances are 40 years old. They still hang their laundry. I don't know how many Contadina tomato paste cans they got with money in the backyard. By the way, they have a garden. They got a Mary on a half shell.
Okay.
And they have too many solar lights going up their driveway.
Okay.
Too many?
Oh my God!
You can never have too many.
No, sometimes when they're trying to land planes, people get confused. They're gonna land on somebody's house.
You think this is West Side? You hear West Side?
This is deep. This is deep, old ass West Side.
Okay, so you were listening to
They make their own wine. I guarantee that whoever wrote this makes their own wine.
Okay, I don't hear West Side here.
Too rich for my blood.
It's weird that you heard about the description of the person and not the description of the business, because that's where the key is here, right? We have a business.
It's a counter business.
But we have a business, they said, we finally decided to try it. So that means it hasn't been either in Rochester or in their town all that long. It's also a counter service, so it wipes out anything like Applebee's or a sit-down restaurant.
It's a cheaper restaurant.
And it's a national chain, it sounds like, which means, I mean, I know Gates pretty well.
They got chain?
No, but I can't think of a national chain that's moved in there recently that hasn't been there
When's the
forever.
last time you've been around?
I go there once a week.
For what?
To go tape the TV show that I do on Sundays, the Rochester Press Box, which you could also catch on the Classy Wolf Media YouTube page every week. I go back and watch all the episodes if I were you. What I'm getting at is there is not a restaurant that fits the description of
And by
this
the way,
place.
it's new to them because they're old and they don't understand.
Okay. There is one town, there are two towns that are screaming, pick me.
And I already took one off the board.
It
so
ain't
what do you got
Gates.
left?
It ain't Gates. It was never
So what
Gates.
what are the two
Well, those
towns?
would be the two heads of commerce in the greater Rochester area. But I feel like that's too easy. I feel like this is a place, Kimmy, that it's been in Rochester, but first showed up in one of these towns. And it's a town that's starting to get new businesses. And I think I got it.
What is it?
They whinin' in Irondequoit.
Oh, my God.
Bro, it fits it perfectly.
Irondequoit.
They're getting a ton of new restaurants. We just talked about how they got all these coming in. Like Ridge Road is starting to pile up with places. It goes one specific town where the new things will show up, and then Irondequoit always seems to be second place. It fits every description of an Irondequoit resident. Old school, angry, I want to pay with cash. What was my other pick?
Because you said you had two
Oh,
picks.
yeah, it was your mom. That's what it was. You think I'm that stupid? I invented tricking people into disqualifying themselves. Don't you play my game, bro.
They know Irondequoit.
I've never been more confident of a pick in my
Of course,
life.
that's why you're wrong.
Bro,
it's Gates.
You don't go to Gates.
Yeah, but
don't know Gates.
I know.
Gates.
I've been looking at Gates for many years.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only. You get one guess.
Yeah.
Right? If you are on hold and you hear someone say the town you were going to pick, you got two options. Either hang up the phone and try again next week, no big deal, or pick a different town. If we pick up the phone and you go, well, I was going to say, but then I don't want to, you have been disqualified. Kimmy's the commissioner. She has the final say. And I do want to make something else very clear real quick.
Go ahead.
You are only a winner if you get on and pick the right call. I'm so sick of people coming up to me, right? When we're off the air, but I win every week. Right? I don't care. Don't walk up to me in your skinny jeans at a hockey rink telling me that, me and my wife play every week. We'll go over the gym, and I think I'm so cool. Yeah. No, you suck, you're ugly, it doesn't count.
All right.
Everyone clear?
Okay.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's start off patriotic.
All right.
With an Abraham.
Abraham.
Abe, where are they whining, buddy?
I think they're whining in Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
And I'm just saying because I have a lot of older friends out there, so I agree with that. And they like to spend cash. They don't like a little paper trail. And I believe they traveled outside of Pittsford to another spot. But I think they're whining on the Pittsford page.
Ooh, okay. All right, Abe. I don't hate it. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. Pittsford's two. It's
a
too on
chalk
the nose,
pick.
right?
Good.
Yeah, it's not going to work. I'm glad we're on the same page there. And the fact that we're on the same page there with your horrible guess up front makes me a little bit more nervous. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Devin. Hello, Devin.
Devin.
What's up? I'm thinking East Rochester.
Why East Rochester?
Just kind of along the same lines of what you were saying with Irondequoit, a lot of older people, things moving in. I don't know. I'm just feeling like East Rochester's the way to go, man.
There is a rough older set in East Rochester.
No, yeah, they'll come after you.
But I don't know whether there would be something new coming in.
That's my problem. Like, there's no room for new things. They got that Wendy's 25 years ago, and they still rave about it.
Well, yeah, but like you're saying, like, it's like a chain kind of over the counter type of deal. I just feel like maybe if an older business is closing down, you're going in, you're moving into a new spot. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm just trying to picture what I know. I will admit I don't know East Rochester well, but I can't picture what that business is, Devin, which means you suck and you're probably wrong.
Probably, but I guess the stars will talk.
All right, Devin, thanks for sucking it up, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Yes,
day.
sir.
There goes sucking Devin. Sucker. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, so first of all, Pat, you missed a very large key. Ironically, won last week.
Okay, but I
He's
think.
not gonna do it 2 weeks in a
But
row.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Pete. Here's the thing. I think we're at the point where Kimmy is so desperate.
Oh, now
to win.
because you pick it, we're at the point. If I did it, we wouldn't be at that point.
Every time he does the week before winner, so we
He's
get to
King
give it to
Spin,
you now.
bro.
King Spin? Did you call me King Spin?
Yes.
All right, so what do you got then, genius?
All right. I'm going with Webster, and here's why.
Good
She said
pick.
that they went to a counter service, which means it doesn't mean it doesn't have seating. There's a lot of places that have counter service. So it never said that there wasn't any seating in there. They just chose counter service.
And they got a ton of new stuff coming in. Webster's blowing up.
Yeah, but what is a cashless business in Webster? Like, see, here's the thing. Picking suburban towns here might be dangerous because I'm having a hard time thinking of where I've been in a suburb where it's no cash.
But you picked the suburb.
I know, and I'm kind of like but here's the thing: I got caught up in Tommy's description of the people, which may have thrown me off.
But there's some old crusties in Webster.
No, but I'm saying, like, where's a cash-only business in Webster? Or I'm sorry, credit-only business in Webster. No cash.
Oh.
There's a few of them.
You lie.
I'm not lying, but if you want to take another pick, Pat, go ahead.
Oh, should I say another town name? Is that what I should do? Stupid.
Oh, come on. We're all trying.
Petey, try better. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF 252-9263. See, that's the fly in the ointment here.
What's that?
A business that is no cash in a suburb in the greater Rochester area, and I can't think of
Would
what
that be
it
a new
is.
place? Right? It would have to be fairly new that goes just straight.
We know it's new because
electronic.
We know it's new because the people in the post said they're trying it for the first
So
time.
it would have to be expanding a growing community.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Ironically, kind of dead.
What are you talking about? Ironicquid's growing all over the
ER
place.
is deader than a
I
doornail.
agree with ER.
Nothing is expanded.
The two
That's why
most-
you got to get out the gates in that area.
The two most obvious picks are still on the board. And
Well,
maybe-
there's a one main one.
Well, there's two main ones. They're pretty much the same town.
But do all people go there?
Yeah, there's old people in both of those towns big time.
You can't navigate a Crown Vic some of these streets.
Like what street? What streets are you talking?
Oh, that street over there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the one behind you. Why don't you go stand in it?
252 WCMF 252-9263. We'll take one more before we go back to the post for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Henrietta.
All right,
for
there's
the winner's
That's
circle.
that was a big one.
Yep, one of the ones. All right, but all right, you're not nervous that this is Kimmy making it so obvious it's not the answer.
No, Kimmy. Still, I know you guys think she's smart, but I mean, she's like questionable. So,
Quite questionable.
Jeez, Steve.
Man.
By the way,
off the high rope.
Also, the name of her dad could be her dad calling saying this right now. All right, Steve, we got you for Henrietta, buddy.
Right.
Have a good rest of the
That's
day.
a good pick.
252 WCMF. I don't know, man. It just seems too obvious.
I know, but still.
There's a lot out there. But here's the other thing. I live in Henrietta. I eat up and down Jefferson Road all the time.
Yeah.
I can't think of a place that's no cash.
Yeah, but you don't hit every joint.
Bro, I hit like every. You know I got cheat day, man. I eat my way up and down Jefferson Road on cheat day. It's like Pac-Man.
But also, I guess, how often do you try to pay in cash where they would deny you anyways,
Well,
no
that's a
matter
good
where
point.
you are?
That's a good point.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. If you're on hold, sit tight for a second. Kimmy, can we get the post one more time for the folks that are just joining us?
After hearing rave reviews on blank, I finally decided to go out of my way to try it. I know it's been here for a while, but my husband and I don't break away from our normal routine much, so trying something new is rare for us. Well, this is just another reason why we don't. After ordering at the counter and still being asked to tip, I was blown away when they refused to take my cash. They told me they're a cashless business that only takes credit or debit, even for the tip. I tried to hand the girl a few singles and change, and she refused to even touch them. She claimed she was not allowed to accept it. What kind of successful business doesn't take physical money? Mark my words, this place will be gone in a year. Don't yell at me in the comments. I'm well aware this isn't the only cashless business in blank. I don't understand why accepting cash is now treated as a crime. Maybe that's why the economy is failing. Take your cash and support the long-standing family-owned businesses here instead. I know I'm not the only one who feels this way.
All right, so here's the thing.
And that's such an old person take, sorry.
No, you're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That, if they start embracing the future, they'll be out of business.
252 WCMF. Tommy's at Gates. I'm in Irondequoit. Abe is in Pittsford. Devin's in East Rochester. Pete is in Webster. Steve is in Henrietta. See, here's why I don't love Henrietta on this pick and why I was a little gun shy.
Right.
It said support the longtime mom and pop owned businesses in this town. And Henrietta and the other one that seems obvious may not have a ton of mom and pop businesses left.
Well, they pushed them out.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I mean? But the other most obvious pick is still on the board.
Okay. Well, the big pick.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb. Where they
Caleb, Mama Caleb.
Let's go Greece.
Okay, that's the other obvious. Why Greece?
Because my other pick was taken. That's why.
What was your other pick?
It's tough to say. I don't really know.
Okay.
Good catch, Caleb. Good catch.
It sound dumb. You could have just called me stupid. What was your other pick? What was it? I don't know what my other pick was.
Can't catch Caleb.
Yeah, but he's got to live with the name Caleb.
I'm too fast for that.
Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Almost biblical the way you handled that. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Speaking of biblical, let's talk to Jonas. Jonas, where they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Brighton.
Why Brighton?
A lot of old people out there trying to pay cash.
I don't hate that pick.
Well, where's the new?
Well, there's always like in 12 Corners. It seems like every time I drive through 12 Corners, there's like
there's stuff coming in 12 Corners, and you can always go right down Monroe Ave if you wanted to.
He's not wrong. That's not a terrible pick, man. Because like we said.
Oh, I could even see the spot they went to. It's one of your joints.
One of my joints? What are you talking about? One of my joints. I go to one joint.
But I don't know if this. Well, when you were semi-fat.
Semi-fat?
I don't know if this place is. I'm going to say the name of the place.
Go ahead.
Well,
Chipotle.
No, they can take cash.
They do?
Yeah.
Because that's the brand. They just built a freestanding Chipotle.
I love how you say freestanding Chipotle.
I've never seen one just out by itself.
A freestanding Chipotle in the wild?
Yes.
Shut up, you idiot.
Chipotle in the wild.
You've never seen one by itself.
No, they're usually in a mall or something.
God, you're an idiot. All right.
You have multiple in the place you live.
No, but they're not by themselves.
They're not freestanding. They're not alone. They're not wild Chipotles. Kimmy. They're.
But are you sure they're not cashless?
I'm almost positive unless they changed recently. Jonas, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Here's what's wrong. Here's why Brighton's always a great pick every week. Nobody is sure where Brighton starts and Brighton begins.
Yeah, because it goes deep into Monroe before it turns into Pittsburgh.
I'm talking about like every town in the greater Rochester area touches parts of Brighton.
It's a spider.
The other day, I drove from Brighton right into Churchville. I don't even know how that happened.
No kidding.
252 WCMF. It's been a sausage fest in here.
Oh, one of your favorite days.
Yeah, well, Joe keeps getting funnier. How about where they doing good jokes? Not here. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kim. Kim, where are they whining?
I say Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Only because I experienced it.
Did you hate it, Kim?
I was shocked. I went in to get like a slice or whatever. It was $5, and he says, "No, we don't take cash." So I had to put it on my credit card.
So this was a newer place?
No.
Okay, so then it's out, Kim. It said this was a new place in town, Kim.
Well, I don't know how long. I don't know how long it's been there, but I mean it's a chain, sort of a chain.
Okay, all right, but is it a local chain?
Yes.
Kim, I hate it, Kim. Kim, I hate your pick, and I don't like you very much right now.
Okay, well, thanks anyway.
Bye, Kim. Have a good rest of the day. So I'm learning something.
What's up?
You know, I'm not really trying to be mean when we're talking here.
You're offending a lot of people.
Well, I only have. Like,
okay.
The women take it serious. Like the guys roll with the punches. Like every time I do it and I forget that like it's a woman, I feel bad. Like ladies, I don't really mean it. I'm just joking.
Because nobody talks back to them.
I mean, she came with reasons.
No, but we slowly picked away at her reasons. And here comes Tommy, the He-Man woman who's going, nobody talks back to the man.
No, but you can't talk back to a woman. So when you do,
scared.
They get pissed off. Yes, I do.
All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's rip through some folks that are waiting patiently. Let's start with Brian. Brian, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm kind of thinking that this is more of a West Side thing. I think Kimmy's trying to pull one over our eyes here. I think it's out in Brockport.
Why Brockport?
I just got a feeling that there's a lot of areas out there. This is it, I think.
They got some area out there.
Joy, you tell me there's areas in Brockport.
Yeah.
Lot of area.
I think they call it Brockport.
All right, but I don't.
That area.
I think of Brockport as more like young people. It's a college town.
Plus,
man.
that's college town.
It
Like
is
broke
college
kids.
town. It is.
All right, Brian, that was terrible.
Yeah.
You're awful. You're an awful person.
Yeah, I don't think I've met any old people from Brockport.
You haven't met any old people from
You've
Brighton?
never met old people from Brockport?
No,
What?
think about it.
I don't think of Brockport.
I only
as a
know
little
kids,
town.
college kids, and like.
You know a lot of college kids in Brockport, do you?
Yeah, over the years, sure.
Yeah.
I try to stay in touch with the young people.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rob. Rob, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going with Victor.
Why Victor?
Well, ECU Mall. I had a lot of turnover, a lot of businesses.
But what are the old?
No,
old
there
crusties
are some
that
old
don't get out.
crusties in Victor that have
There are?
money. I don't hate Victor, man. I don't
Yeah, but
hate
they
Victor.
have, but they don't. But that's like.
There's old people there. I drive through there every day, and there's a lot of old people on the road.
And they keep
old people.
and even outside of the mall, like even in the surrounding plazas, there's always new
Here's the
restaurants
thing.
going in there. What?
When I think of like old people in Victor, I think of them vibrant old people.
Okay.
Right? They got money. They're active.
Vibrant.
When I think of like old isolated people, that's why I think like Gates.
Bro, Victor has.
They don't go past that mailbox if they see somebody they don't like.
Bro, Victor
They're
has.
always calling. They have multiple emergency numbers ready to go.
They got that phone with the emergency
Yes.
button on it,
Yes.
ready to roll. Fire! Ambulance! No, but Victor has old farmers, man. Those people are as isolated
Man, those
as you
people
can
are
get.
growing wine, weed.
Growing wine and weed.
Ready to drive around in Lamborghinis.
Rob, we got you for Victor, buddy. Thanks for the call. I don't hate it.
Your house ain't a farm if it's you ain't got a farm if your house has a built-in swimming pool.
Sure you do. You got a farm around the swimming pool. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Woody. Woody, where are they whining, buddy?
Charlotte.
Why Charlotte?
Got plenty of old people, and because I'm thinking because they got the we don't take any cash. Charlotte's got their problem with crime. They got their old people, and they got the problem with crime. They don't want to take cash because they don't want to get robbed.
I don't think that's it. I think it's more cost efficient to just do credit. And I can't think of a new thing that's moved into Charlotte in forever.
The banks and credit card companies charge the companies now like $1.50, $1.56 every time you use them.
No, I get it.
It's very specific.
$1.56.
I kind of the last dude thinking in Charlotte would have been like Windjammers 30 years ago.
I mean, look, in Woody's defense, I haven't been down there in a
All
while,
right.
but that was a terrible pick. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Terrible pick, sir.
Is there an echo? All right, well, we're about two more real quick because I want a star. I want a star on that chart. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Canada.
Why Canandaigua?
Ooh.
A lot of old people down there,
Yep.
retirees, and with the Irondequoit being up north for the pick last week, I think Kimmy does a good job of mixing it up, so I think she's going down.
That's not a bad pick, bro.
Well, first of all, I just heard in the break room that Kimmy's stupid, so we can't be sure.
Questionable? Questionably stupid?
No matter the post, whenever anybody calls up and says Canandaigua, you go, ooh.
Because Canandaigua fits everything.
Yeah, so that's probably not Canandaigua then, is it?
It has to be once in a while. Canandaigua was hit before.
Have we had
We
Canandaigua?
have. I think we've had a couple Canandaiguas.
All right, well, it won't be this week, Mark.
All right.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, we wrap it up with the person that all our listeners have voted the worst caller in the history of the show.
Okay.
But we keep going back to him for
Oh,
some
you
reason.
got to.
Ben's got the last word on CMF. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
All right. So, like, all 6 of my picks got taken, but I'm not going to tell you who it was or where it was.
I wasn't going to ask.
I'm going to go with.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, you were. You knew. I know you were going to ask, but I'm going to go with Fairport because every single one of these picks, everybody missed one key important part from the post. They went out of their way. So they're probably leaving their town. And from Fairport, you can go, you got all of Parrington you can go into. Then you got Webster down the street. And you have down into, like, Victor
and
this prick is
into
making
the city.
sense.
Here's why.
No, he's making sense.
Here's why, Ben. I think you're wrong because at the end of the post it says, "Why not go to one of our family-owned businesses?" Which
they have a ton of in Fairport.
There's family-owned places in Fairport.
No, I understand. The point I'm making is I believe, based on that sentence, this new business they went to would have been in the same town they were in, and there aren't a ton of chain out-of-town restaurants in Fairport.
He's gonna hit.
Is there one? Is there one out-of-town chain?
That's why you go to Webster. You go from Fairport.
Look, I don't want this kid to be right any more than you do, but he's
out of the way to eat.
He's living rent free in your head right now. Because he's affecting what you think.
No, I'm telling you, he's wrong. I just gave you the reason why, and it's rent-free with a government-subsidized porch, if we're talking Fairport. It's just weird that you said there were 6 towns, and this is the one you land on, and you think he's brilliant? He admitted he had 6 other ideas first.
Well, I would love to know what those were.
Well, we're never going to know, because Ben's too smart to be figured out.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, guys.
Yeah, all right, Ben. You're so smart today. We're not even going to hurt your mouth. Thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. All right.
Right.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
That's massive.
We're looking to put the first name on the star chart ever.
Come on.
You will go down in break room history as the first ever star charted champion of Where They Whinin'. On the board right now.
Yeah.
Tommy's in Gates. I'm in Irondequoit. Abe is in Pittsford. Devin is in East Rochester. Pete is in Webster. Steve went Henrietta. Caleb went Greece. The 2 most obvious picks go off the board back to back. It's like Kimmy when they have a run on defensive ends in the draft. Like, I got to get one.
That's exactly what I was thinking of the draft.
Jonas is in Brighton. Kim is in Spencerport, and she got mad at us. I was just kidding.
That's a horrible pick.
Brian's out in Brockport. Rob is in Victor. Woody is in Charlotte. That was the worst pick of all of them.
Yeah.
Mark is in Canandaigua, which always makes Tommy go, ooh. And Ben convinced Tommy it's Fairport.
It's got to be one of those last 2 picks, if it's not me, of course.
It's not you.
You always walk that line.
No,
just be quiet. You got your pick.
Ooh.
Well, she's all mad because somebody called her dumb.
Well, I know. I'm mad because when you start to do that, hey, Tommy said he would have picked.
Yeah, she does have to deal with all the phone calls. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Let's get our first star. Come on,
All right.
Kimmy. Let's make it happen.
Start my ass.
Webster, Hilton, Irondequoit, Where They Whinin'.
Ooh, this week we have a winner.
We got a star.
And you're not going to like it.
No, it's not
yeah.
Ben. If you say Ben's name, I'm going to punch something.
Oh, my
God. No.
Because this week...
You realize what you're doing in this show if you say this out loud. You realize what you're doing.
They whining.
Don't you dare.
In Gates!
No!
Oh, my God.
No!
Oh, my
That's
God.
worse than Ben!
I get the first star.
I'd like to throw a review flag.
Oh, my God. Look at this.
You can't. You should have thrown your flag
Where's my
earlier.
flag?
Here
Hold
comes
on.
King Spin.
Hold on. I need to
King
throw
Spin.
it. I'm throwing the highlighter.
Throwing highlighters.
King Spin. Let's do it.
What?
You just admitted that he was walking
He was walking a line, but
that's a disqualification.
Nobody called him.
That's
You
a
can walk the line.
I'm calling him right now.
Too
I'm calling
late.
him. I'm
It's
calling
too
him.
late.
She said it's too late. I get the first star.
I told you you're not going to like it.
So I'm going to be the founding father of the
Shut
star
up, you
chart.
stupid, ugly.
You already are. I mean,
Stupid.
you had your own star chart for like a solid year.
King Star. You got to call me King Star.
I'm not calling you King Star.
Look, if you're King Spin, I'm King Star.
I don't want to be King Spin.
She's Queen Dumb.
Questionable.
Wait, he called you Queen Dumb. You sure you don't want to check the review?
I can't.
I just said what the listener said.
I say we leave it
Just
up.
repeating.
I say we leave it up to the listeners on Twitter.
Okay.
At Duffy at
What?
WCMF at WCMF Break Room.
What?
All right, go ahead.
Well, if you want to argue it, you must provide evidence.
By the way, if I don't win, who wins then?
Well,
Then we go starless again. And you said you wanted somebody to win this.
I said
did.
that until it happened, and now I don't want it anymore. All right, let's take a break. Congratulations, you ugly.
Man, I'm off to another brilliant run.
Brilliant run. You got lucky. You hated your pick the second you said it out loud.
I saw the busted ass old people neighborhood.
What business in Gates doesn't take cash?
Obviously, there's somebody new coming in. These kids with their new ways.
I'm in Gates all the time. What's the new business?
You tell us.
I don't know if it's technically in Gates or not.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
it
close
could
by.
be. It's only where it was written.
No, I understand how the rules work, stupid, but you thought in Gates.
Yes.
Admit it.
Yeah, like where they went though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I know,
It doesn't specifically have to be in
And
Gates.
there's got to be some new businesses you're unaware of.
Bro, I know my food, man.
You knew your food.
No, I know.
When your blood sugar was high.
All right, let's take a break. 1 in 4 people are keeping this from their husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, live-in partner.
This ain't good.
Well, that's just it, man. I don't think this is that big a deal because they paint this as a really, really bad
It's
thing.
infidelity.
No, it's not infidelity. I'll tell you what it is.
You're sneaking.
God, I hate you so much. We'll do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. they're selling this study as a bad thing, and I don't see it as totally bad. Like, there are some things that are on a need-to-know basis, even with the person you've committed yourself
Yeah, but
to.
why you hide?
But why not?
Because you hide, because you got something to hide.
Well, thank you.
Put that down.
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience, returns to West Her Auditorium Theater March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from The Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, and Metal. You can enter the contest page right now
Okay.
at WCMF.com. Okay. Enter your chance to win a pair of tickets, plus a VIP meet and greet sound check experience for two, featuring a performance of two classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. A prize valued at $300.
Damn.
If you can't wait to win, tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. 1 in 4 people admit they are keeping secrets from their live-in romantic partner, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend.
Yeah.
And the study says these aren't necessarily short-term things either. 4 in 10 people in this situation say they are keeping something from their partner that they will never reveal.
Boy, this is like to the grave.
Ever. Never going to tell them.
Then that's bad.
Why is that bad?
Well,
Because you're never going to tell them means it could blow everything up.
Doesn't mean
which
that.
means you did something bad.
No, it doesn't mean it happened during your relationship, does it?
No, but
I
you're
mean, it could
never
be-
going to tell them.
Yeah. Right.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's embarrassing for you. Yeah. I mean, we don't. You're thinking of like.
It's a game changer.
Maybe you think it's a game changer.
But
and
maybe it's just something personal to you that you don't like to talk about. You don't want to dive into it. So you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean it
You're
affects
getting
them
played,
at all.
Man. If they are taking something that they will never share with you, it's going to blow up the relationship. Yeah. It's bad.
No, it's not. Look,
It's always bad.
the three of us are in very unique circumstances because we have to talk about everything that's ever happened in
Yes.
our lives to do this show, right? So, like, there's nothing I'm going to keep from my wife that I wouldn't say into a microphone here. But I will admit, if I didn't have this job, half of the stories that I've told about things that I've done as a kid, I don't think I would have told my wife.
Okay, but would you, guard them with your life?
Well, that's not what they're saying here.
It's not
They're
so
not
much
saying
guard them.
Yeah, it's
You're
saying,
just not going to bring it up.
Exactly. Like the stories I have about women that I dated and the
Yeah, I
things that I
understand
did
that.
and all
Okay,
that
that's
stuff. No, but that's a secret.
Yeah.
I would keep that a secret.
But later she stumbled onto something, and you stuck with that lie.
Okay. Well, that's not. I mean, that's not really what they're saying here. Sometimes you're cold busted. You got to come clean. I'm with you. It wouldn't be a comfortable conversation.
Yeah, all right.
But
I'd be suspicious.
you think your wife has told you everything?
Yeah.
The open-minded, understanding
Yeah,
man that
yeah.
you are. You think your wife is not hiding anything from you?
Why would she?
Did you hear what I just said?
I'm very understanding. I never judge.
No, ever.
I don't mock.
Ever.
I don't turn everything into a goddamn joke. I know when to get off the stage.
We wish you never would have got on the stage in the first place. Can I? I'm sorry, go ahead.
And you're thinking it's something personal to them, where it could be something about a family member of
Yeah,
theirs,
true.
or a friend, or
But that
something
I
they
don't
saw
really
happen,
get,
or you know what I mean. Like it doesn't even necessarily have to be based on a decision or an experience they had personally, but something they just don't want to talk about in regards to other
Right.
people.
Look, we pay for the sins of our fathers, mothers as well, right?
True,
like
yeah.
if there's something embarrassing about your family that you don't have
By
to
the way,
share.
I haven't kept any of that stuff.
Nor have I.
I've gone generational. I went all the way back to Sicily with stories.
Look, I'm with you.
They suck.
But like your wife is understanding, my wife is
Yes, they
understanding,
are.
Kimmy, your husband's understanding. I have dated women, serious relationships, where there are things I had to keep from them.
Well, yeah.
Now, look, I did some terrible things,
Right.
right? But
But
it
me
wasn't.
too.
It wasn't that stuff that I had to keep from them. I did keep that from them. I'm saying like stuff that I know if they would have found out, they would have looked at me and my family
Okay.
in a negative way, and that might have blown things up.
But I guess once I got into a relationship that I cared about,
Okay.
which is what I'm in now, I didn't hold anything back.
How long did it take you to get to that point, though? Like,
To-
obviously, you don't say all that stuff up front. So there might be things where it was just like, I don't know what time there is to bring it up.
I guess with age comes a little bit more, you know what I mean?
Less
like,
caring about that
like,
kind.
What are you worried about? What's the worst that's going to happen?
Well, and the
Say
people
it.
you're probably talking about are dead anyways, so
Yes.
it's not like they'll have to ever see them.
I am in the sweet spot right now. I am in that deathbed rocking chair moment of my life.
Yeah, we're all waiting.
No, but you know what I'm saying? I think with age comes a lot of this, too.
No, that makes sense. And it turns out, according to the study, again, 1 in 4 people admit to keeping secrets from their live-in romantic partner, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. They say the older you get, the less likely in this study you are to have a secret from someone you share a home with. So what you said makes perfect sense. That being said, why are you not allowed to have personal secrets in a relationship? It seems unhealthy to just tell them absolutely everything about everything, not to have something that is your own. Because you bitch all the time. There's no part of the house that's actually yours as a husband, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing that you have that your wife can't take and be like, I want this now, or we need to get rid of this. You're not going to make that fight.
I do think that secrets eat away at you after a while.
Is that why your face looks like that?
Because like my first wife, I didn't care about that chick.
Okay.
I didn't love her. I just got married to get married.
Sure.
So I lied. I was a horrible, horrible husband. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And, so I mean, yeah, it was good, but I didn't care.
But it's weird because I would think if you didn't care, you would be more likely to tell those things because you don't care. You know what I mean? Like, you're not as worried about their reaction to you.
You would think.
Yeah.
But I also didn't want to hear the reaction from it. You know what I mean?
Didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's where, and I'm guessing, you're right. There are some bombshell secrets in this study that I'm sure would blow up marriages.
And I wasn't mature enough to handle the fallout.
100%. But I'm guessing a lot of these secrets are exactly what you just said. I just don't want to deal with the headache that's going to come from this being revealed.
And then some of it, like, to your point, could be lame stuff like, nobody cares but you.
Yeah.
Well, like, look, when it comes to family stuff, I mean, I found out, and we've talked about this on the show, when I was doing my family tree, that the only reason that my family ended up in Rochester is because my great-great-grandfather was arrested in Boston and brought here to industry when he was a teenager.
So he was a juvenile.
Yeah, he went to jail. And I can go to industry. They say they have the records there where I can look up what he was arrested for. I'm scared to do it.
Always probably just he knifed somebody. That was the standard thing back then over, an apple.
And he was Irish, too, like, off the boat Irish, so it would have been like a loud situation, knifing over an apple.
I can't get a hold on to that apple, do you? Stop.
I forgot
it's my apple now. How about the Rochester?
Yeah, you're going to get caught, Kimmy's right, yelling, stab, stab, stab. But that would have blown up a relationship I was in, a serious relationship.
Right.
You have families that were, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
I may have missed it while you were on hold, but I think there's plenty of secrets that people don't want to reveal or talk about, and it has nothing to do with your partner. For example, you were sexually assaulted.
Good one.
You were raped.
Well, not a good one. You get what I mean. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you killed someone in an accident.
Something terrible. Yeah,
that might not necessarily have anything to do with your partner, but you just don't want to talk about it from, stress, PTSD, any number of things. Think about, military people who do things in the name of duty who don't necessarily want to talk about it. It's funny to hear your guys jump, well, mostly Tommy because he's stupid, jump to, we were cheating or, I ran behind her back. There's plenty of things that happened to you.
I should have brought up those things to really bring this show to a screeching halt, like molestation and rape.
But
Thank you.
He's right.
Yeah, but those are the obvious ones, man.
Look, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I guess in the Gambino family, they didn't talk about much around the table.
No, but my brain did not go there. I didn't even think of that as a possibility.
Shouldn't.
And he's right, but he's right.
Those are the obvious ones that don't count, man. Yeah, my dad was a spy. Didn't say much.
Why wouldn't they count? Because there's a lot of people who get...
Because you're not going to talk about them, man.
Some people do. I mean, some people...
Okay.
No, my point is...
But I get why you would keep that a secret.
But the point is that,
he's not saying those things don't count.
Yes.
He's saying they're just obvious.
And here's the thing.
When we were talking about this.
There are some folks that deal with trauma better talking about it.
Yeah.
There are some folks that want to take that burden all on themselves. They're afraid that people don't understand. So, I mean...
Or they don't want to go to jail because they said it.
Well, no. I mean, that could be something that happened years ago. Like, there's a case where you hit somebody and that person died and it wasn't your fault, but you don't want to
I'm
have
not
to
going to
talk
bring
about
that up again.
Jeremy, do you believe more than 1 in 4 people are keeping these secrets from partners?
There's 4 of us having a conversation, and I'm one of them. So, yeah.
All right. Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Look, my brain did not go where his mouth went. That sound you
Good.
would say. No, but I'm saying like, I wouldn't even thought of it. That's a great
I
point.
was definitely thinking of those things in the beginning.
I was also
well,
thinking
no,
of
I
those
just
until somebody said I was also.
I kind of thought that those would be like the number one things that somebody wouldn't want to talk about.
No, because your brain, you immediately go cheating, and that's where my brain goes immediately. Now I got to defend cheating. It's all your fault. It's always your fault.
I always go to cheating first.
Yeah, I know you do.
I was a cheater.
It's happened 3 times in this show today.
What?
Went right to cheating. Story about the woman that was
at that motel. The cheating motel.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Get bucket! That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio 2 for Tuesday, Rapperoo.
Yep, 2 for coming up with Jolene.
Jolene! Don't take my music away.
She won't, and you missed one, Jolene. Oh, we got to get out of the way. I'm already getting dirty looks because we're super late.
Well, that's why I
Kimmy.
cut to Jolene.
One.
Now we're even later.
1, because we're late, and 2, because she's super mad still because somebody called up and said she may not be smart.
Questionably smart.
Yes. So for Kimmy, we'll figure it out one of these days. For Tommy Muley, who's not even questionably smart. But here's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.